Hey there, guys. Welcome to episode 161. I got the number right. Of the Talking Shit podcast. I apologize for the spam that is happening in the chat right now. One of our viewers is going through a multiple personality disorder, it seems like. It's already a weird show. Like when I started the Streamlabs so that I could get this stream going, and I saw all the comments, I thought I accidentally opened last week's stream. It confused the fuck out of me. So, per usual, hi. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're not too bored. The show has started. I don't even want to know how many personalities you have. Hopefully it's just one, maybe two. But I do see that Dan is holding down the fort. Just know that our moderators do have the ability to delete comments and put people on timeout. So if one of these personalities happens to go on timeout, it's not my fault. So behave, please and thank you. Kratos, welcome, sir. Yeah, I did have to scroll way up to see your first comment. I do see your pics. So just a heads up, guys. Our computer is being a bit of a butt right now, so I am going to put all of the pics just on like a notepad document for right now. Because honestly, I'm afraid to open up any other program on the computer and have the computer crash midstream. If we happen to crash midstream, just know that we're going to start right back up as quickly as we can. But I just want to give you guys that warning. Our computer is, I don't even know if I can open a notepad. Shit. I might have to do this on Google Drive. So if you suddenly can't hear me or see me, as you normally do, please let me know. Oh man, I hope I didn't break it. But our computer is a little bit on the fritz today. DEG, if you can hear me, our computer is... I think it's throwing temper tantrums. Okay. It almost looks like I'm in the Matrix right now. I could see that I'm stuttering. Okay. Fingers crossed that this goes by seamlessly. Oh my God. I hope you guys are doing well. Today we have Volkanovski, God, mispronounce everybody's name, versus Lopes. Honestly, my picks for today are a little up in the air because I don't know who I favor more, Volk or Lopes. I like them both. Thank you, Dan, for your picks. Let me put this on a Google Drive doc. Google Drive, create and share. Once the computer calms down, I'll put the pics on the screen. But for now, let me just keep it to a Google Doc and make sure nothing crashes midstream. Oh my God. All right. Got Dan, you got Lopes, Chandler, Yahir, John Silva, Krylov, and Kratos. Let me get yours real quick. Bum, bum, bum. Lopes in 4 rounds or less. Oh, and you looked it up. Very nice. All right, Kratos. I don't know why this makes the text white. That's dumb. DEG will be joining me soon. He is in the gym, but I know that he's actively in the chat. So, multiple personalities. Behave. All right. Let me go through the list and see if I have any picks of my own based on the names. The first one, Nora versus Haley. Nope, I have no idea. Actually, the entire prelim, early prelim, I don't think I have anybody for the early prelims. None of these names are familiar. Let me see if this started already. Watch. All right, the first. Oh, we got a weight misser. Very nice. For pay-per-view. Good job. I see. Catch weight, 137.5. Dang. Well, by default, then, the pick for this fight is her opponent. Damn. All right. Prelims. Do I have anyone here? Oh, Chase Hooper's fighting. I forgot. There goes a pick for me. Chase Hooper. The Eagles. Chase Hooper. We love that dude here. Women's strawweight. Do I have anybody for that one? Possible. I wish they would just show the photo of them here. Oh, I see who she's fighting. I'm gonna go with Jan for the lady strawweight. For the featured prelim, I'm gonna go with Dan Ige. Oh, look at Bruce's jacket. The glittery coat is really nice. Wait, bring back Bruce. I don't want to see the weight misser. Yeah, the color is nice. And it seems to shimmer in the light too. David! Thank you for your picks. David. Anytime I switch windows, everything just sort of freezes up. Okay. See you when you come back, David. She's way too pumped for someone who missed weight. Way too pumped up. All right, the other names. I said I'm gonna do Dan Ige. We got Reyes versus Nikita. I'm gonna go with Dominic Reyes. I'm going with Joan Silva because anyone who's fighting Bryce Mitchell, I'm going to go for his opponent. Oops. Joan Silva. So annoying, all this clicking I have to do. I'm gonna go with Michael Chandler. And like I said, for the main events, it's really hard for me to pick one. I'm gonna let DEG pick that one. I think I left my water. I did. I fucked up. Yep, left my water. I got an armbar attempt. Hope she doesn't get it. Oh, I think they're fine now. Armbar is not going to happen. Looks like Haley is trying to inch her way up for a possible choke. Slowly inching her way up to get that position. Bit of bruising on her back. Thank you, per usual. Got him. Now, when the computer relaxes a bit, calms down a bit, I'll try to put him up on the screen. In between rounds, I want to look up if was Nora a last-minute replacement for an opponent for this match, or she just really couldn't make weight. Just curious. But she's definitely losing this round. Oh, okay. I see the second half of your picks. Thank you. That was a weird flip. Oh, and takes her back, but there's only 20 seconds left. Nah, we're going around two. Excellent job from Haley. And she was able to take Nora's back so quickly, not allowing her to get to her feet. Not the most exciting first round. See what happens. She did good. She did good. And I didn't feel like she was just trying to be a weighted blanket. You know, just trying to be a dead blanket. It seemed like she was trying to get into a choke position. Yeah, as soon as she tries to get to her feet, jumps on her back. Lovely. Her left knee is roughed up from all that grappling. Oh. It does, per usual. The weather here in New York has been pretty shitty. It's been raining a lot, which is expected for April, but yeah. The energy is really low today. Yeah, the weather just has been so shitty. It's been raining a lot. And even though it's spring and I expect there to be a lot of rain, but then it's cold. I don't know if it's been cold near you. You're in a much warmer area of the world than we are. But I feel you. It is a pretty blah day. I hope you had a good week, though. You're doing okay. When DEG comes up, he'll give you an update on some adventures we had earlier this week or in the middle of the week, which might possibly make David Banner unsub from the channel, and I really hope not. But I'll wait until he comes upstairs. Oh my god, don't get choked out. Don't fucking get choked out, Haley. This would be so... Oh god, thank god. I would be so annoyed if she lost. Oh. She tapped. She fucking tapped. No, actually we have a Mets game next week. We went to a Rangers game. We went to a hockey game. The Rangers lost. But it was fun going to a hockey game. That was our way of celebrating our anniversary this year. Usually we do something pretty chill. Like we just like to pick a nice restaurant that we haven't been to before. Go out to eat, hang out, walk around a bit if the weather is nice. But we were able to do a hockey game instead this year. I mean, we still ate MSG food, like Madison Square Garden food. But it was fun. I'll let him chat about it when he comes up. Yeah, she's way too fucking happy about that. I'm so annoyed. So annoyed that she won in this way. Her opponent was doing so well in the first round with the grappling. I hope they ask her the question about her weight. Per usual says, last week I went to the Pacific Ocean for the first time. It was beautiful. So that was fun. But besides that, it's been the same old repetitive things. Gym 6 days a week. Twice a day. It's kind of been mentally draining on me. The, give me 1 second, per usual. She's way too fucking happy that she won. Way too fucking happy. So you're doing... Are you going to the gym 12 times a week, per usual? That's a lot. That's a lot. How long are you in the gym for? The overweight girl one, yes. Which is why Dan and I are saying she is celebrating way too much. Celebrating way too much for someone who missed weight. Oh my goodness. So pretty much I've lost a lot of weight and my sanity. Well, we see that, the loss of sanity part. That was an excellent welcome to the stream from your sanity. or lack thereof. It was 2 hours in the morning and an hour of CrossFit minimum at night. That's a lot, dude. How long have you been doing this schedule of the 12 times a week? Is this somewhat new? Were you working out already and just increased? That's some dedication there, dude. JL is here. He says weight miss galore. The commentators are saying she is good. Yeah, I'm not even listening to what she's saying. It's not muted, but I have it low enough where I can't hear anything that she's saying. Let me make sure I don't lose your picks. Oh, I do know Gore. I didn't recognize him by name. But I'm still not going to pick anybody for the early prelims. I don't know them enough. So it says that it was 137.5. The weight class is 135. 2.5. Yep. I think they allow you to go up by 1 pound or to be over by a pound. So 1.5. Look at Megan O'Leary. Oh, she's looking awesome. And this pink dress looks so great on her. I was telling DEG that I follow her on social media. And she was posting on how this is her last, because she's in her 3rd trimester, this is her last event where she will be traveling for. No more traveling for UFC. At least not until the baby's born. So any other time you see her will be when they do stuff in Vegas. Yay, 5-packs. Oh my god, I'm so excited for 5-packs. Yeah, Dan says she was 137.5, should have been 136. And she just way too fucking happy for that win. Way too happy. JL says, no disrespect to Volk, but if he wins, it'll feel like the division didn't move. Like Ilya smoked him and now is a lightweight. I'm conflicted because, like I was saying earlier, I like both guys. I like Volkanovski. I'd like to see him get the title back. But I also really like his opponent, and I'd love to see him win Lopes. I'd love to see him win the title for the first time. I'm going to be happy no matter who wins. I can see your argument of it'll feel like the division is not moving if Volk takes it back. But I'm not going to be upset if he wins, though. JL says, we're watching Mania next week. This isn't a question, by the way. Yes, sir. Absolutely. We're definitely watching Saturday Mania. Well, we will be, because we'll already be here for UFC. So it'll be a dual WWE UFC live stream. I don't know if we are going to do a watch party for the Sunday show, though. When DEG comes up, we'll probably chat about it here during the show, and see if we'll do a watch party for the second night. That's a big maybe. Or we might just enjoy the evening off. We're still gonna watch WrestleMania, but we'll probably tune into someone else's watch party. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with Otis JL. He's sometimes in the chat. He's part of the OTS crew. He normally does a watch party, so we might tune into his. But Saturday Absolutely. We're going to do a duo watch party. Per usual says, honestly, I say y'all should know. Honestly, it's not even that noticeable difference. I get it's a professional setting and you should be ready, but that pound is not going to make or break the fight. I don't know from a power perspective if it's that noticeable. I think from my guess, my assumption, because I've never experienced having to do a weight cut like that. But if you did not have to cut as much weight as your opponent, or you were not able to cut as much weight as your opponent, even if it's just a pound extra, the work needed to lose that weight, if you didn't have to do as much as your opponent, I think from an energy perspective, your energy stores would be higher than that of your opponent. It's just my guess. So I think that is where the difference is as well. Do they have more power? I'd love to see a video, a documentary, showing how much more power someone has by not cutting the extra pound. But from energy perspective and just feeling refreshed for the fight, my guess is the person who missed weight would be more refreshed than their opponent. Oh, she looks so great in her pink dress. Oh my goodness, she looks fabulous. Very Barbie-like, but not in a Barbie way. Oh, she looks great. Okay, that was distracting. JL says he who will not be named can fill the role of Megan O'Leary. No. 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 No, 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 no. No, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no. I need to stop jumping ahead on the comments. One at a time. One at a time. Per usual says, I think he meant, he says, I love Volk as a person and a fighter. He's just an overall laid back guy. I'd love to share a beer with him. Have you seen his social media? Per usual, he does seem like a super laid back guy. At least one of his pages is of him cooking, and he loves to grill. It's an awesome page, and there's like videos of him cooking for his friends and family, and he makes some super delicious looking food. And it seems like if he wasn't fighting in the UFC, he could open up a really awesome restaurant. I agree with you there. He does look like a super laid back guy. So it's hard to root against him. But I also like Lopez. So I'm putting the responsibility of that pick on DEG when he gets upstairs. I'm gonna use the wife card that says, this is your responsibility, sir. Can you make the pick for us? Because I don't wanna. JL says, am I being disrespectful to Volk? I honestly think Volk is a fighter where nobody liked him until he won the belt and beat Max 3 times. He's humble but dry in a sport like this. I didn't really notice him until he won the belt. He was just another fighter. For me, personally, I like him more now post victories because I notice him more when I see some of his stuff on social media, but I wasn't paying attention to him like that before he won the belt. So you do have a point somewhat there, but there's a lot of fighters I don't really follow until they do something big to make me notice. JL also says, I like Chandler, but he brought his son to the event and his wife. His kid is like 7. I don't like that. Because imagine seeing your dad get knocked out cold in front of you. I wonder if his kid has been to any other fights. A lot of fighters bring their kids, though. I mean, even when they're super young. Like, and they have to wear the headphones to protect their hearing. You could say 7 is young, but I wonder how much his kid has already seen if his kids watches fights. That could be traumatizing to watch your dad get knocked out in front of you. But if he's already prepped his kid for it, if his kid is already used to him fighting, I think he might be alright. The crowd is cheering for your dad losing. That would fuck up any kid. Yeah, I guess it depends on how much he prepped his kid beforehand. Per usual is hot right now. Oh, I need to see this quote one more time. This is nice. I wonder what the print is. It reminds me a little bit of the red jacket he had on the other week when they were in Mexico, where it had a pattern on it, but it was like this nice blood red. This purple is nice. Not my favorite coat on him, but it is very nice. Dan says 8 out of 10. I don't know if I would rank it 8 out of 10. I like it. 7 for me. Maybe even 6.5. Only because I'm uber critical of the coats he wears. That red one he had on, though, was like 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. This one, I'm going to go one more back. About a 7 out of 10 for me. Per usual says, this is so hot. It feels like you're in Satan's crack. How hot is it out there? Dude, it's fucking like, here in New York City, it is 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Feels like 32 degrees Fahrenheit. It's fucking freezing. And raining. All damn day. I could take the rain if it was like fucking 60 degrees. Annoying. Oh my god, JL says it's snowing. I would be so mad if it was snowing. Per usual says, I don't know Lopez, maybe if I knew him. If you see the paper, if you happen to watch the pay-per-view tonight, that'd be good. But he's a very good fighter. He just seems like a cool dude as well. We have a minor Victor Henry. The gore seems to be okay. JL says, I've been watching the Masters. To be honest, I think it's better than baseball. What do you think? Dan says, I would rather watch paint dry than watch golf. JL, I'm going to side with Dan in this one. I'm not a golf fan at all. I would also rather watch paint dry than watch golf. I really love playing mini golf. I suck at it. Like, I am awful at mini golf. But I have so much fun playing it. It's just because I know how awful I am. And the little courses are just adorable. But, but I wouldn't be able to watch the Masters. I can't do it. Oh, good trip by Tulio. I need to stop skipping. Alright, next one. Per usual says, that's life, man. He could also win the fight, but on the other hand, if he does get knocked out... Ooh. Tulio just got knocked down by that punch. I will get back to your comments in a moment. Because this fight is kind of exciting. They are both trying to finish this in round 1. tiny bit of blood on the nose of Tulio. Actually, I think both of them. I think both of them have bloody noses. And this left jab that they both catch each other with at the same exact time is pretty funny. Yeah, yeah. Gore is also bleeding. Oh, wait, I think his nose is broken. Oh, it's a little hard to see. It looks... I don't know if his nose was already crushed, Gore, but it seems like the top, the bridge here, or the tip of the nose, is kind of like sunken in. He may have gotten his nose broken in this fight. Oh, that kick was pretty. That was a pretty ass kick from Tulio. Oh, Gore isn't doing so well. Tulio's piecing him up. Gore is not moving his head. Oh, now, as I'm saying this, he starts moving his head. Oh, we might get a TKO. Back on their feet. Oh, that was a good one from Gore. He got one back. Good body kick. Oh, he landed that head kick. That shit was pretty. Oh, it looks like we got a cut. Underneath Tulio's eye. Holy shit. Those are some pretty ass kicks. Parisial said he could also win the fight, but on the other hand, if he does get knocked down, he watches his dad get up and holds his chin high. That's powerful for the kid to see. Yeah, I could see where it could be traumatizing for the kid, but if that's the household is... I don't know, I guess it just really depends on how the sport, the activity is introduced to the kid and how much they understand it. JL says, 1 more week until my finals are over. Very nice. Good luck on your finals, dude. It just, like, my stomach tightened up just a little bit thinking about finals. I don't have to do finals anymore, ever again. I don't intend on going back to school again. I think I'm done. Unless I hit the lottery, then I will go back to school because maybe I'm bored. But man, just thinking about finals, my stomach just seized up. But good luck, man. JL says, yeah, but Chandler is a nice guy. I couldn't see my parent, who I love, lose in front of the world and then hearing how happy strangers are when he lost. Yeah. I mean, you could be sad about it, or the 7-year-old might just want to fuck people up. JL says, it's snowing for me right now. I think I read that before. I would be so mad if it started snowing. It's very much possible for it to start snowing in New York. I think that's happened in the past for us. But man, I would be angry if it did. DEG. 4 more painful bicep curl sets. All right, chop chop. Because I'm actually starting to get hungry now. Oh, that Superman punch. All right, sorry. I'm going to pause in the comments one more time. Good job for Gore, just keeping in here. I thought he was done in round 1. Tulio keeps finding his nose and popping his head back so easily. Now we've got some leg kicks. Oh, he did Victor Henry. He Victor Henry'd him. He did. That was, yep. No, take a minute. Take a minute. He got Victor Henry'd. Boop. And it was smushed. Ow. Ow. Boop. I love that they're replaying that from different angles. Just in case you didn't see how his balls got kicked. Here goes another angle. Good leg kicks now from Tulio. Oh man, he just keeps popping his head back. Leg kicks now. Man. This dude is eating so many shots. I just wonder which one is going to be the one that just puts it on his ass again. Oh, and it was almost that one. We got a little chicken leggy. Oh, head kick. Oh, and that made him wobble. That made... Oh, he sat on his ass. This is done. This is done. This is done. Yep. Yep. Stay still. This is done. He's gonna stop it. Gore is trying. But it's done, sir. I'm sorry. Oh, he's on his feet. A lot of oh, look at his eyes, so swollen. A lot of respect to Gore. Oh my god. It's like a fucking zombie right now. Yeah. No, you're done. You're done. Good stoppage. Good stoppage. Ooh. Can. Welcome. Binmo. Welcome. That was wild. Not an early stoppage. Gore got his ass kicked. Per usual says, I miss the snow sometimes, man. But at the same time, when I go back to Michigan, I'll get tired of it real quick. Yeah, I only like it the very first hour that it snows. You get that nice, fluffy, light snow. It's very pretty. Makes me wish I was 5 years old again. That I had a sled. Build some snowmen. I mean, I'm not going to. But it's nice. Then I start thinking about my siblings and how we used to and how we used to go to the playground and build snowmen. I mean, that was like some of our favorite days because there was I have 2 younger siblings. And I have 3 younger siblings, but 2 who I grew up with the most. And there was a playground about a few blocks away from our apartment. And so anytime it snowed, my mom would let us just take a walk over. It was nice. Those were some nice times with my siblings. White girl interrupted. Deadpool ruins everything. Oh yeah, per usual said, golf is a sport you like when you cheat on your wife. Also, when you want to get drunk with the bros without the wife nagging you. You think of golf in that way? Oh my god. Can is here. Can says, can't rely on Gore. Gore tried. He really, really tried, but he got fucked up. Really, he just got fucked up. Midmo. He says, hiya. Good to see you as always. Good to see you too, sir. I think someone was asking about DG. Like I said, he'll be up soon. Because then I can make my dinner. Because I am hungry. Begupa. Tengo hambre. I want dinner, sir. Thank you. One of the many personalities in the chat. Where is the homie Barry at? Probably be here on another weekend. There's a possibility that he's lingering in the chat. I think he is sometimes one of our lurkers. Because sometimes our viewer count will be higher than the actual number of commenters. So sometimes he lingers. But he'll pop in every now and then. He says he was an inspiration to me. This is literally everybody I know who plays golf is not a loyal man. I don't know if I know anyone who plays golf, honestly. I am not reading that comments about getting poked. That's all I'll say. Everyone else could read it. Oh, Midmo, in the same tomb. Would you help me hide? Something. Are you sure about that? You sure, Minmo? We are all getting stronger here. You know. Don't lift with your back. I mean, DEG is here to teach you proper lifting techniques. Okay? Proper lifting techniques. Don't lift with your back. Okay? Get a friend. Let's not get canceled. Ken asks, do y'all pay for ESPN Plus? Question for all. And actually for some, well, I'm going to add to that question. Do you pay for all? Do you pay for ESPN Plus? And then regardless of how you respond, how do you watch the fights? That response could be in the form of text or it can be in the form of emojis. Choose the one that is safest to post. Yeah, can we do purchase ESPN Plus? We have the Disney bundle where we have ESPN, Hulu, and Disney Plus. So we do purchase that bundle because I watch Disney Plus a lot. And then it just made sense to also do Hulu all as one package because we do a lot of streaming of shows and stuff. So, and yes, we did purchase the pay-per-view today. We purchase almost all, if we're covering the pay-per-view, then yes, we do purchase it. If they have like the $10 deal, which they've been doing more, I think they really started it in 2025. I try to do it early to save the $10. Sometimes I forget and end up purchasing the pay-per-view like the day before, and then I don't save the $10. But we pay here. But not everyone in the chat is from the United States. So I believe in our viewers in Canada watch on a different network. JL can answer that question, and when David comes back, he can answer that question. I don't think they watch it on ESPN Plus, and I don't know if they buy the pay-per-view. And Dan Jensen is in Denmark, so he does not watch using ESPN Plus. I think he watches Fight Pass. Is that how you do it, Dan? But you guys can correct me. And then we do have a Peacock subscription so that we can watch wrestling. I think wrestling is pretty much the main reason why we have Peacock. If we weren't watching WWE, I don't know if we would pay for that streaming service. The multiple personality says, nah, I go to the streams Dana White hates. Norma's in the dude's corner? Oh, I missed her. I was reading the comments. I totally missed who was on the screen. Minimal says, my back muscles are fucked up again. Throwing a rib, maybe? What the heck? Jeremy. Luckily, I'm still able to press a bit. So was your rib not... Was it not fully healed? Did the doctor say that that it would be easy for you to get injured again? What the heck, man? Stop fucking yourself up. But I hope you feel better. I will scold you and then tell you I hope you feel better. Stop fucking yourself up. Get better. Thanks. Thing 2 does that to me too. Multiple personalities waves the flag. Arg. Flag. Arg. Stock photo. Where's things doing? That's a good one. She is in the living room. She's always around. She's just usually in the living room watching K-dramas. Usually watching K-dramas. Per usual says it's just so expensive. Absolutely. I 100% agree with you. The pay-per-views are crazy expensive. When they do 2 pay-per-views in 1 month, those are some of the times where we seriously consider not purchasing the second pay-per-view and just skipping the live stream altogether. Like doing a watch party for maybe the prelims, but not paying money for the main card. I mean, in the end, we end up just buying it anyway because, you know, we can all hang out together. But when they do 2 in 1 month, that's super greedy. And that, we seriously think about not doing it. Midmo says, yeah, lower trap on my right, I think, according to my anatomy. Oy, oy, oy. Stop fucking yourself up. Kratos also waves the flag. Arg. Can also waves the flag. Arg. Dan, he watches the prelims, UFCFightPass.com. And then something called Viaplay. I don't know if we have that or if that's a Denmark only thing. So there you go. Oh, the pirate flag. This is my bad attempt at a pirate hook. Arg. I know. It's bad and it's corny. Don't mind me. Yeah. That's what it is. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. This is hilarious. Hunmo says, talking about his injury again. His new injury. He goes, "This was a product of getting older. A large breeze must have been what did it." Dude, the wind here in Manhattan has been so nuts. Especially around where we live. You might break a rib just walking down our block because of how strong the wind has been. It's insane. You're hilarious. Product of getting older. Large breeze. You're an old man, Midmo. Old man. Kratos is mentioning ticket prices of Backlash. $3,000 for ringside tickets. That's wild. That's wild. DG and I went to a hockey game earlier this week, and we were pretty close to the rink. We have really good tickets. We did not pay anywhere close to that amount. Nowhere close to that amount. So, US dollars, Jay. 3,000 US. Sorry, let me not assume that. I'm thinking. Yep. US dollars. Wild. Oh, there goes Joy walking. She joined the chat. Stock photo. She never chooses a good card to watch. She just joined me for that one to make sure I wasn't lonely. She's sweet. I think regular price for pay-per-views is $80. And then they take $10 off, so $70. So we pay $70 a month. Anytime, which is why I'm saying when they do the double pay-per-view, it's $140. Anywhere between $140 and $160 if you go with the $10 discount, which they've only been doing for 2025. So in 2024, 2023, when they did the double pay-per-views, $160 a month. Fuck, I don't like saying it out loud. It makes me depressed. But yeah. Kratos says, "My boss said to wait until the day of the show to buy a ticket. He's a wrestling fan too." Is it just that it's cheaper, or why wait until the day to buy a ticket? I think maybe I missed something. Can says, Volk is overrated. I think you walked in after we were chatting about Volkanovski. JL was expressing some opinions on Volk. I was saying that of the two fighters, Volkanovski and Lopez, I really like both, and I cannot choose which one I would prefer to win. I'm handing that responsibility to DEG. Babe, if you're in the chat, you have to choose the main event. Please and thank you. Love you so much. Can has Lopez. What? You got Patty. All right, fine. Hold on. These look like some new picks. Let me make sure I don't miss them. Per usual, you already gave me your picks. But oh, you have a specific now by KO. So you have Volk by KO. Oh, he's missing some commas. Oh, you did say Volk and Chandler by KO. Okay. But Can has given me some picks. Let me make sure I don't miss that. And it looks like the computer is being better, so once this fight is over, I'll try to put it up on the screen less of a chance of the computer crashing right now. Can has Lopez and Patty. Can says Volk is overrated. He has Chandler and Volk. Nope, I'm getting confused. Wait, so Volk... Can I have your picks as Lopez and Patty? Are you choosing... Oh, you got Lopez already. Alright, so just these two? If you have more, let me know. Oh, Midmo, old man. Gonna be 39 on the 28th. Alright, so we have a couple of more Saturdays with you before your birthday. But just in case I forget to say so, happy birthday, old man. Stock photo says, yeah, see, that's ridiculous, especially with how much they charge for the worst seat in the arena. And they don't even pay their fighters good, so where is all the money going? Excellent question. In Dana's pocket? Good leg kick from, from Sue. Because I don't know if I could pronounce his entire name. He said, much appreciated, old lady. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm right behind you. That's fair. I am right behind you. Ah, fuck. Alright, we're both old. But DEG is older, so there we go. You got someone else to call old. JL thinks that Volk is going to retire if he loses. JL, thoughts on Cody? I'm tired of him. I want him to lose. We agree with you here in this household. It has gotten to the point now when he is in the ring talking, he's probably going to get muted or we're going to change the channel. DG is in charge of the remote control during those... during that show. But when he's doing his walkout, we don't even watch the walkout. He is the old man. We don't even watch the walkout because we don't want to listen to his walkout theme. But we agree with you. We are also tired of him. And his mic skills just suck. They really do. I've been watching more Monday Night Raw since it's on Netflix, so I'm able to watch the show again. I'm able to watch the replay. So the mic, back and forth that he had with John Cena was just like, or with anybody, but especially John Cena, because that's the recent one, that I thought was really good from John Cena, or, anyone who's not Cody. And he's just not good on the mic. If he had better mic skills, then I'd be able... Oh, good job from Sue trying to get out of this position. But Raposo got a really good grip around his midsection. Some interesting grappling. If he had better mic skills, maybe I could tolerate his entrance. Mid-Mongo Cena sucks. Make sure. JL thinks Volk is going to knock out Lopez in round 3. He thought it was... JL thought that Lopez's name was pronounced Lopez. I say Lopez. Maybe I'm mispronouncing it. He goes, I feel like an idiot now. Dan says, smash that like button. or he will find you. Okay? Okay. Per usual says, don't talk to yourself like that, Jay. We all love you, but it's only conditional love. Give me what's in your wallet and I won't stop. I'll continue to love you. Goodness gracious. You're ridiculous. Per usual asks, what did this guy do that's so bad? It's WWE related. Yeah. Yeah, so when we said Cody, I also had to think about it for a second, if we meant Cody Rhodes or the UFC fighter Cody. Midmo says if they had an emoji for a wiener, I'd put it on here. I'm surprised they don't have an emoji for a wiener dog. That would be perfect. You know what I mean? Like a little hot dog doggy, the sausage dog. I don't know why they don't have one. Because it's 5 moves of doom. Yeah. I am loving this turn from Cena. Just, I want him to be dark. I want him to be savage. I want him to be a complete fucking douchebag. Complete opposite of what he's been all these years. This is what I want. Just chaos. Chaos. Loving it. And then when they show the crowd and people are sad and they look like they're crying, am I an awful person for enjoying that? Like, I'm enjoying their misery. I know that makes me a fucking douchebag, but I don't fucking care. So whatever. But I'm loving this shit. How are they in round 2 already? Holy shit, I've not been paying attention. The prior fight really caught my attention and forced me to stop looking at the comments. Because that was just some brutal rock'em sock'em robot fighting. This one, not so much. I didn't even realize they were on round 2. I missed all of round 1. All of round 1. JL says, I want to make sure I don't miss anything. JL says, Cena cooked him on the mic. He did. Cody had his lines written by Cena 100%. You're awful. JL says, nah, but when you go to think of one on the fly, and when the crowd and the pressure, scripted or not, you got to be good either way. Yeah, and it just, and I know that that's one of the strengths that, one of the skills you have to be a successful professional wrestler in WWE. You have to have the mic skills, and not everyone has it. My mic skills suck. I'm over here talking shit about Cody, but if I tried to be in the WWE, my mic skills would be awful. Awful. Oh, got knocked on his butt. So, I ain't gonna do any better. Cody would fucking cook me. But, as a fan of the sport, Cody sucks. Per usual says DG just walked in the room like an actual fucking AI. He's getting his protein shake right now since he just finished his workout. So when he comes in, I just have to step out and get my chair and my dinner. So I really need to eat dinner now. I have a race in the morning and I need to eat like now. JL says Cena should come out with Travis Scott and rock and bloody Cody up. That I'm really loving that they're not shying away from they're allowing blood with Netflix. There was a pay-per-view I think it was last year, and Edge was fighting in the cage. Was it Edge's fight? It may have been Edge's last fight. I don't know. But I think it was a PLE, and I forgot who Edge was fighting, but it was Edge. And he injured his opponent where I think he got a cut the top of his head, somewhere around the skull, and the blood was just coming down. And they refused to show it on the screen, and I was really upset because I want to see blood. But I'm glad that they're showing that now on Netflix. I don't remember this one. When he hyped up a new move a while ago and it just looks super basic. I don't remember that one. Dan says, stock photo, you win 2 bags of air. Hot air. No, I don't remember it. Midmo goes, those poor kids. He's their role model. And he's like, fuck them kids. I love this. And I love that they picked out one kid in the crowd. And John Cena's not actually going to say fuck them kids. But I loved that promo he did was his way of saying fuck them kids without, literally saying that. I loved that. That poor kid. But he'll be alright. That's what you get for being in the front row at a wrestling event. He memed his own fans. What the fuck? When I worked in Domino's, I would fuck with new hires. And once, if the task I would give people was to catch and release air from a walk-in freezer with a bag. Oh my God. I had one guy walking the air from the freezer to outside. I told him it was for food safety. Did this actually happen? And if it did, they actually believed you? That made my brain hurt. My brain hurts after reading that. JL says, my professor said, which I thought was funny, he showed us how to rate him and give him a good rating for the course reviews. He said, and I quote, maybe I'll give you guys some hints for the final. Oh, that's some... Ugh. Per usual, who is in here with his multiple personalities, as you saw.
Yeah. The dude's mentally ill.
He said you look like AI.
Wow. I don't know what to say to that, but...
I'm going to take it as a compliment. The computer has been...
Sending warning signs?
Yeah. So I'll say this again to the group. If our stream crashes, we will be back on as quickly as possible. Just warning you guys. Oh, this is not what I wanted. So I actually had to put the predictions on a Google tab real quick because I couldn't, everything was starting to stutter. So as soon as, I'm starting to stutter now.
Yeah. I see it.
It may not be worth it. We might have to skip that tonight.
Yeah, we could probably put it on a Word document or something and just read them off.
Yeah, I have it here.
Yeah. I think it's probably just worth just...
Yeah, well...
Yeah, because we don't want to... We probably can close a couple of these tabs, too.
It was doing this when I was just trying to set up the stream earlier. So I went into my own account and, there's actually not a lot open. This stuff can now get closed. Alright. I'm sorry, guys. We're not going to have stuff up on the screen. Yeah. Not this week.
Yeah, we're going to... Yeah, I'm going to see how much money I can get. And then, we might be having to update or upgrade the the old computer here.
Oh, we got another Victor Henry. Boop. Okay, so let me get my chair and my dinner, and I will be right back. I think I read off everyone's chats, but if you want to scroll through them
Say
real quick.
hello to the people.
Say hello to the people.
Again. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. So, yeah, so, I've had some problems with biceps tendonitis in the past, so I don't go hard on delts the way that I would like to, but I'm getting close, so I will be prioritizing delts a little bit more soon because my arms are definitely outsizing the delts. But yeah, that is a reasonable criticism of my physique, and I am very well aware of it, and I will work on it as soon as I can get a little bit more comfortable with the health of my shoulder joint. DEG, do you think Breaker is on gear? Absolutely. He's not natural. But remember, PEDs, taking PEDs don't mean that you don't work hard. There are people who take PEDs and their physiques look like fucking trash. So, as far as PEDs is cheating only in that you get the physique that would take you 7 to 11 years to earn, and you get it in 2 to 4 years. No, that is not true, Vex. Not 90%. It's still in the minority. But a lot of the very, very top physiques, a lot of them are enhanced. But right now, I'm working really hard. Yeah, exactly. And Dan, the gear, in order for the gear to really work, you need to work really, really hard. Your diet needs to be on point. Your sleep needs to be on point. And you have to have the genetics for it. So, even if you work hard on gear, you still may not get the physique that you think that your hard work should afford you. Genetics do play a role in the final product of your physique, whether you're natural or not. So, for myself, I am modulating my program so that I can recover a little bit better than I was before. And as I start to really feel comfortable with what I'm doing, I will work on my side delts a little bit more. So yeah, I am very aware, Midmo, of where my physique is deficient, but I'm really not focused on the delts right now. Right now, I'm focusing on feeling decent physically every week as I keep pushing hard on the muscle groups that I'm focusing on, which would be right now chest, rhomboids, long head triceps, long head biceps, quadriceps. Those are like the ones that I'm really focusing on. And then, I can kind of shift into a little bit of a maintenance with those while I build up shoulders, Calves. I mean, I have pretty large calves, but yeah. I agree with you, JL. You look at the numbers. Um, there wasn't a whole lot going on in that fight. Vex said, arms and chest have been so hard for lately. My wrist pain has just been over the top, and then rotations. Yeah, I just started using the company that created VersaGrips has a new product called VersaWraps, and I've been using these to great effect to stabilize my wrist. I highly recommend this product, VersaWraps. I have the 18-inch wraps, not the 12-inch wraps, and these have done a lot to help me with my stability and to take pressure off my wrists for overhead press, horizontal press, both flat and incline, dips, overhead triceps extensions, all the things that would normally give me trouble. These wrist straps actually do help a lot. So I recommend you get them. I stress my rhomboids or lower trap area is not... Hey, Xenon, how you doing? Not exactly sure which muscle, but taking it easier for a bit. Wraps are for pussies. We don't use those where I'm from. Well, I don't mind that. I'll be a pussy with bigger chest. Doing more reps at heavier weight. And living slightly longer because the barbell won't land on my throat. JL says, do you recommend deadlifting and squatting in socks if you don't have proper shoes? Yes and no. Yes, because barefoot usually is just the way to go in most situations. The problem with socks is that your feet are likely to shift inside the sock. And let's just say it's not really, thank you. It's not really Xenon is doing better than usual today. I like that. So yeah, I don't want you to be shifting inside your socks because that's going to tell your brain that you're in danger. You're not going to be able to produce the amount of force necessary. You need something that is going to stabilize your feet. So I would say that you know, there are some decent shoes that you can wear that will suffice. I just did a review of the Nike Metcon 9 that I just started using. I just started using these. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen these in the gym. I just started using these a couple of weeks ago. And I can tell you that, you know, if you can find them on sale, which Nike, you know, on their app seems to always have a pair that's on sale. I would say that, you know, if you're normally like, let's say, you squat in running shoes or something like that, right? You'll see an immediate improvement in your ability to squat and deadlift because of the way that the shoe anchors your foot to the ground. And when you are anchored to the ground and you are stable, your brain will give you permission to produce as much force as possible. So the more stable you are, the more stable you are, the more force you can produce. The less stable you are, the lesser amount of force that you can produce. So yeah. Jay says, I've only worn Under Armour shoes. Are Nikes any different? I can only really tell you that this particular shoe is so flat on the bottom and so rigid on the sides that it just locks you in. I've never used an Under Armour lifting shoe or a cross trainer or anything like that. I have a pair that I kind of retired of Under Armour waterproof running shoes that I used when I was working at a chain gym in the wintertime to make sure that I didn't slip on slippery substances, you know, when there's sleet and freezing rain and, you know, slushy snow. I didn't want to leave anything to chance and, you know, end up hurting myself just trying to walk down the street. So I got those waterproof running shoes from Under Armour with the Michelin tire rubber, outsoles, and those worked very, very well for me. They're very, very ugly shoes though, so take that for what it's worth. All right, let's see. Can you be like every white chick and just wear those white Nike Blazers? Those are a good option. Blazers are a good option. Dunks are a good option. The classic Chuck Taylor 1.0s, not the 2.0s. The original Chuck Taylor Converses, low or mid or high. Those are really, really good options. I would not recommend Air Max. Again, running shoes in general will make you feel less stable. You'll be less connected to the ground. The nerves on the soles of your feet will not get the information that it needs to send to the brain to effectively inform your brain of how stable the surface you're standing on is. So you're going to use a lot of your energy to keep you stable rather than producing force. And so you won't be able to lift as much or as many times. So all you need is a flat sole and you'll be straight. Well, there's a caveat to that. You don't want anything that has too much cushioning in the shoe. The cushioning in the midsole and the insole and midsole, if there's a lot of cushioning, it's almost like the difference between wearing 3 condoms and going in raw. When you go in raw, you can feel everything. You have a bunch of condoms on, not so much. So you don't want a bunch of padding. You don't want a squishy insole or anything like that. You want something that you can actually feel you being anchored to the ground. So, flat shoes, very, very good. Just make sure that there's not a lot of padding inside the shoe. You want to be able to feel like your heels and the big toe and the little toe of both of your feet are anchored to the ground, unmovable. And the more stable that you feel, the better your performance on squats and deadlifts. So, yeah. JL, try the Nike Metcon 9 the next time you squat and deadlift, and you'll leave those running shoes at home. So, I might crash and have to nap for a second. So, this is what I did today, guys. I did my scap retract warm up. I did an express version of it because I didn't have access to the equipment that I needed because the gym was super busy. So I did a bent over dumbbell scap retract drill, 2 sets of 10 with the 30-pound dumbbells in each hand. Then I moved to the barbell bent over row. I went supinated grip today. 10 reps with the bar, that's 45 pounds. 10 reps at 95 pounds. 5 reps at 135 pounds. 5 reps at 185 pounds. Then I did 2 sets of 9 at 225 pounds. 2 sets of 9 at 205 pounds. 2 sets of 9 at 185 pounds. Then I went to I had to wait for the cable row machine because 2 people were using it. I did 2 sets of 11 at 190 pounds on the cable row. 2 sets of 11 at 160 pounds on the cable row. 2 sets of 11 at 130 pounds on the cable row. Then I moved over to the dumbbells. I did the single arm dumbbell row. But remember, at this gym, the heaviest dumbbells only go to 75 pounds. So I had to increase the volume in order to get the torture that I was, bargaining for. So I did 4 sets of 12 on each side at 75 pounds. Then I did my standing. I did my standing bicep curl drop set. So 4 sets of 15. 5 reps with the 55-pound dumbbells. 5 reps with the 45-pound dumbbells. 5 reps with the 35-pound dumbbells. For a total of 15 reps per set, 4 rounds. Then I finished off with the seated incline bicep curl with the 30s, 4 sets of 12 with the 30s, but my biceps were so destroyed I had to myo rep the last set, so I had to do 8 plus 2 plus 2 to get to 12 because I just could not get my elbow or my biceps to activate anymore with the dumbbells in my hand. And that's how I ended up here. So I did stem up thinking that I could go all the way to 1 a.m., but I think that I ran myself into the ground, that my body's like, you know what, you could use a nap, you piece of shit.
You look like you depleted your...
Yeah, the glycogen stores definitely. So I used the Gatorade powder to, instead of the electrolyte powder this time, because I knew it was probably going to be one of those days. So...
It's just kind of a meh day as well.
Yeah.
The weather.
Yeah. I didn't feel like I had a lot of energy today. Cedricus looks like he is getting ambushed, and he's going to end up getting knocked out. That's what it looks like right now.
Mm.
I obliterated the Mets today in the show 25, 21-1. I even hit Juan Soto with a pitch. The only thing that tells me is that Juan Soto got on base again. He's not fighting back, so he was about to stop that fight.
Yeah. You can stop her now.
No.
It doesn't need to bounce. Why didn't you just let me keep getting punched?
No, but he wasn't getting punched. He was defending all of it. All the shots were being defended. Every shot was defended. None of those shots got through. So Cedricus wanted him. I think what Cedricus wanted to try to do was to try to let him gas himself out and then come back. But the thing is, you can't do that. You have to You have to intelligently defend yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You can't let him throw 40 shots unanswered, even if they're not getting through. It looks like you're stuck.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously he didn't get knocked out, but the thing is that you can't just let him pound on your forearms like that and think that the ref's not going to stop the fight.
Yeah.
So I understand why Dumas. I can understand why he's annoyed. But that's a good stoppage.
The ref is doing his job.
The ref is doing his job. You know? So yeah, I understand why he's complaining, but that's clean. Look, none of these shots are getting through. None of them. None of those shots are getting through. But the thing is, Oleksiejczuk did exactly what he needed to do by the unified rules of MMA. That's it. He won by TKO by the unified rules of MMA. Does that mean that Cedricus Dumas was out or about to go out? No, but you did not change your position. You did not break up his offensive output. So he thought. I mean, you're running out against time. You're basically before the referee is going to step in or he's going to gas out. Well, guess what? He had enough oxygen to keep going to force the referee to stop the fight. I don't have any problems with that stoppage, but I can understand why he's frustrated. Is that a fair thing to say?
Yeah.
He didn't look beat up at all, but he did look outmatched. So if that legitimate TKO didn't feel so legitimate, it was definitely going to come at some point. Because I just looked at them standing in the cage together for, just, a little bit. And it looked like it was going to be TKO for Oleksiejczuk. So.
Well, if you're gonna snooze, you should do it soon. Or maybe a low towers will help you.
Yeah, I'm hoping so.
is still so empty. That's crazy. It is nice that they're both on this card. Lopez and Ige.
Yeah. Shane Burgos is trying to come back to the UFC.
Okay.
So that would be really cool if he comes back. Yeah, the fighting nerds, man. They're Travis. The fighting nerds. They're really on the come up. JL, I have to agree with you. I mean, Cedricus has had a couple of nice looking wins, but I don't really, he's got some natural talents, but I don't see him as a high level fighter. I have to agree with you. And I agree with you again, JL. Like, I think it's so not worth paying all that money to go to a UFC event to only watch 5 of the 15 fights. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it almost is like people are viewing attending UFC events as a status symbol rather than the love of the sport.
Mm-hmm.
They want people to see them walking in nonchalantly, with like 3 minutes left in the event. Look, I can afford to waste my money. I mean, that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
And to me, you see these fighters putting their lives on the line, and you can't even show up to sit in the seat and watch. I mean, for me, it makes me a little uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bryce Mitchell, JL, is a piece of shit. And the reason why I say that is Bryce Mitchell is a piece of shit that also tries to mix God in his hateful rhetoric. And I think that those people are the worst of the worst of the worst.
Mm-hmm. You control C me.
You can't control see me. Oh, why did you say it like that?
C.
Fuck. There was no reason for you to say it like that.
I'm ignoring it now. Oh, I'm placing the responsibility of the main card pick to you. Volk or Lopez?
Yeah. Xenon doesn't like it either. Yeah, I just think that, like, you preach racial hate and, you talk about Jesus all the time, but Jesus always said to help the poorest among you, the people that come to your lands, seeking refuge, to help them. And all your rhetoric is exactly the opposite of what Jesus Christ said. Mm-hmm. And you add the racial hatred in there as well. And you try to mix it with God. That is... There's really not a word that describes how disgusting that is to me. Mm-hmm. With enough force. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the times when we see fighters get knocked out, we get scared. Mm-hmm. For me, and I know this is going to sound wrong, if he convulsed again and went into a coma, I would not be traumatized at all.
Mm-hmm.
I say put him in the cage with Josh Emmett again.
Mm-hmm. That was a brutal fight.
Because if we can get him to sit in a chair for the rest of his life and drool, we'll have less hateful rhetoric in the world.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I agree with you, I do think he's going to sub Silva. I think that Silva is a little bit too intelligent to get subbed. I think he's just a little bit too intelligent. Silva should bark in his face. That's funny. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just don't. I know that Mitchell is known for his grappling and his prowess on the ground with BJJ, but I've never seen Silva on the ground yet, so I'm curious how he'll do. That's a fair comment, Travis, but I'll also say there's a reason why you haven't seen Silva go to the ground, because he's very intelligent on his feet, and every fight starts on the feet. So there's going to be a really rough fight for 50K Dan Ike, because Woodson is built like a daddy long legs.
Yeah. But after his fight with Lopez, he has a permanent spot in my pick column.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
right,
then like he
marker.
basically walked in off the street, like he was almost sitting in the crowd as a spectator, and then just like, all right,
that was so
that was so gangster. That was so gangster.
So spectacular. Permanent marker, just right there.
Woodson used to fight at 205. Really? Wow. Good to see you, Banner.
Put the weight.
The whole main card has more hype than the main event. If this wasn't a title fight, no one would care. Let's just be honest, Volkan Lopez. I have to agree with that again, because even now I don't really care about this fight, because, you know, Topuria.
I'm going to see that. I do want to see that.
You know, Topuria gave up the belt. So it doesn't matter who is crowned the featherweight champion, because we know that they're not the best featherweight. Mm-hmm. It's like when John Jones did lose his last fight at 205. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is that, you know, Dominic Reyes did not get the decision that everybody in the MMA world knows. John Jones lost a fight. Mm-hmm. But let's say that he wasn't robbed. Mm-hmm. In the fight. Mm-hmm. Let's just say he wasn't. John Jones walked away from the 205 division, so it's like, how can you feel proud to be the champion when you didn't beat the man? Mm-hmm. Right? We've seen that a couple of times in the 205 division. You know, guys were relinquishing the belt due to injury, and then the guy that lost to the title holder is now fighting for the title. Like, I don't buy you as the champion.
Mm-hmm. Normal size Chase Hooper.
So Jim Miller is promising to make this a very ugly fight. I do worry for Chase Hooper on this one. Mm-hmm. I'm a little bit Daryl 91. How you doing?
Hi on the Twitch side.
I am a little concerned, even though it's a 7.5 to 1. Uh-huh. We've seen Jim Miller take down a lot of bright, shiny prospects that are legitimate. We're not talking about hype trains. We've seen him beat those guys by getting rid of all of the technical fighting and just making it ugly on the inside.
Well,
The problem for Jim Miller is that if he gets on the inside with, if he gets in on the inside with Chase Hooper, literally any position they end up in, Miller is in danger of getting subbed.
Yes.
JL, now you're wrong. Isn't it crazy, Daryl? Like how the tables have turned. The Maple Leafs are actually looking like a legitimate playoff hockey team. And, you know, the Rangers basically just gave up on themselves. Mm. I've been thinking a little bit about, like, how bad the Rangers have been the last 2 weeks defensively and how bad they were in November and December and January. Defensively, I'm really starting to think that the Rangers, as much as I really want Chris Drury to be fired, he needs to go. I'm really starting to think that Peter Laviolette has to go, and we can find a coach that's more defensively minded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess Silva's going to lose now.
Yeah, JL, you don't, to say that Jim Miller just showing up for a check, you're kind of betraying the MMA knowledge that we know you have. That is a casual take. And that comment, JL, is beneath you. You should know better than that when you're talking about Jim Miller. Daryl91 said they should hire John Tortorella. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We've already been through that experiment, Daryl91. That is probably one of the best troll jobs I've seen. Definitely one of the best troll jobs I've seen. Damn, she's kind of hot, though. I ain't gonna front.
Skin looks great.
Yeah, Michael Chandler, you did well with the wife. I don't understand why you need to be, like, raising black kids. You got a white wife. Go have some white kids.
Yeah, her skin looks great.
I don't mean to, like, sound racist, but it just looks really strange. I mean, it's almost difficult not to look at him as somebody that, like, diddles kids. Like, why do you want to have a kid that's not part of your legacy, like, and using all your resources on somebody that is as genetically different from you as possible? Like, when you look at what's happening in South Korea.
His story is enough. Read a story.
No, I'm saying, like, if you look at what's happening in South Korea and what's happening in Ukraine, where they're, like, basically smuggling the kids into, like, these adoption rings, and the kids are getting abused in, like, ridiculous ways. Like, and it's like it's easier to abuse a kid that you don't have that actual close connection to. And I was in the foster care system, and I was abused in the foster care system by people who were not my parents. Now, to be fair, my own parents were pretty abusive, but to me, it just doesn't make a lot of sense that I would expect somebody that has no genetic ties to treat the kid ultra well. Now, the kid looks pretty healthy. I'll give him that. Well, but I'm a little skeptical.
I did grow up around that, and people do it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I'm just skeptical.
You're skeptical.
Yeah.
It's okay that you don't understand. You don't have to understand. But there are households where it happens, and it does work. And actually, the child is not blood relatives with either.
I know. I'm just saying. It just makes me very. It just makes me very.
You could be skeptical. I'm just letting you know.
What's your motivation?
From firsthand.
Yeah.
I mean, I was not adopted, but.
Travis says Chandler is infertile, which is why he adopts. Yeah. I mean, the kids at least have a dad, unlike the parents who put them up for adoption. Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying there's just something deep in the recesses of my brain that doesn't trust the setup. I'd rather have an adoptive dad than a biological father who's a piece of shit, which is the case. I I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that I look at the setup and something doesn't quite add up. And I was told when I was young, if something looks to be too good to be true, it probably is. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about, right?
No, I mean, I get it. I'm just saying because I can
No, I mean you
speak
can
to
attest
that
to
as,
it, yeah.
as someone who's lived
So
with people like that.
Charlize Theron is an example of what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
right?
it has the token black child.
No, but it's
I
even
mean,
worse.
Trophy black child.
No, it's even worse than that.
Mm.
So Charlize Theron went, and obviously it looks good socially when you go and you pluck children from Africa that are living in abject poverty and stuff like that, right? But she chose to take two young boys from Africa and then try to turn them into girls and raising them as girls. Like, that's disgusting. So for me, I look at it and it just seems like one of those is just too good to be true. Like, you're trying to force young African boys who don't have anything, and then you kind of, trick people into thinking that you're going to improve their quality of life only to try to force transgenderism on them. That's crazy to me.
Yep. Yep.
It's just ugh. The only two people I know were adopted told me they suffered major abuse. That's what Vex said. So there is a decently small chance you will get a good family. Yeah, I mean, I would expect that greater than 50% are probably decent situations, especially compared to where the kids are coming from.
Right.
But there's, some of it is from observation, but also some of it is from lived experience. It's just a setup that makes me very uncomfortable because I want to know your psychological makeup and why you're making these types of decisions that human beings naturally don't make. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that Michael Chandler is a bad guy. I'm just saying that it just sounds too good to be true.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope it's not what you suspect it is for the child's sake.
I mean, people who are chatting shit to Chandler need to look in the mirror a lot. I mean, yeah, I know there's a lot of racism there. And 99% of those people wouldn't say it to his face. I agree with that as well. Yeah. So, I don't know. Travis said, would you question it if he adopted an Asian child or an Indian child? Yes, I would definitely question it. Absolutely would question that. I used to get upset when the women that I used to be attracted to weren't attracted to me, but then I looked at the science and, people want to mate with people that look like themselves. So when you see that 90% of people are race loyal, it's not racism, it's just nature. So when somebody actively goes against the nature, I want to know why.
Well, I mean, that's why I made the comments of if he talked about that, then we should look it up. Like that.
Yeah.
That's also all I was saying. I don't know why, but I'm not gonna go. Oh, I think he's doing some crazy shit to that kid, or like.
I'm not accusing him. It's just that I just inherently, if his name wasn't Michael Chandler and his name was Joe Smith, I would have the same question.
Yeah.
To me, I'm going to always have the same question. Yeah, I want to know the story, So, Xenon says, I'm attracted to whites and Asians only. I don't know what you are, Xenon. But I think that because of the perceived femininity of Asian women, every man on the planet highly. As a matter of fact, Asian women are the most sought after women on planet Earth, above white women. And a lot of it has to do with the perceived femininity. And when you look at black men being number 2 most sought after in the world behind white men, that is because of the perceived masculinity. But if most people would choose their own race to date, marry, and procreate with, so Travis, we're not talking about hotness because we know that Latinas can be pretty delectable.
Dorky as fuck.
But when we're talking about dating, marriage, and mating, dating, marriage, and child rearing, Asian women generally are number one. White women are generally number two. Hispanic women are generally number three. Now, if we were talking about men's sexual preferences, I would probably say that Asian women would rank one and Hispanic women would rank two. And there's probably a large minority that would rank Hispanic women or Latinas one and Asian women second, especially in the Western world. In the Eastern world, white women rank very highly for sexuality. But when you're actually talking about a man choosing a woman to invest his resources in through dating, marriage, and procreation, the vast majority of people everywhere are going to choose their own race first, followed by, if we're talking about men, it is going to be some combination of Hispanic, Asian, and Caucasian. It's usually going to be, if not one's own race. So there are so many white children that look like Michael Chandler, to me, it would make a whole lot more sense for him to choose somebody that looks like himself rather than trying to choose somebody that goes way, way, way far away from what he looks like, because that's just human nature. So that's what I'm saying. I want to know why he's gone so far away from human nature. Now, that story might be heartwarming. And sometimes it is. But it is definitely outside of the expected choices for people who adopt. And we've seen too many examples of people who are choosing children of different races to adopt, and just too often of the time they are abusing the hell out of those kids in different ways. Every man on the planet does want Asian women. That's what Xenon said. Procreation with Asian women is the only time it would feel off. Honestly, the story is most likely as simple as look at how much social good I am doing. Happens all the time. I think that's probably my first inclination when it comes to Michael Chandler. He wants everybody to know how stand up he is. But we could be wrong. He might have chosen those boys because of the individual story of those boys. Maybe there's something about what those kids went through that that he that resonated with him, and he wanted to protect them from maybe something that he might have gone through as a kid. I don't know. I don't really know Michael Chandler's childhood story. But all I'm saying is that when I look at a trend and somebody bucks that trend intentionally, I want to know why. Travis said he's not into Asian women. Y'all see that Zabit teased a comeback? Yes. I think that too many years has gone by, and he might come back just to lose his undefeated record and then go back and be retired. Spanish, Asians, certainly Indians, whites. I'm not really attracted to blacks like that. Well, black women do rank at the bottom of the totem pole as far as attraction around the world, except with black men. Black men overwhelmingly prefer black women, but interracially, they are not at they're not they don't rate interracially as a top option. Spanish, Asian, certain Indians, whites. I'm not really trying. Yeah, I know some black people claim dating mixed black girls is a microaggression, and some want whiteness mixed into black. Yeah, there are a lot. Well, the thing is, you think that that is endemic mainly to black people? No, around the world, whiteness is linked to rightness. So I would probably say the race that is most afflicted with their obsession with introducing Caucasian into their bloodstream, I think it's actually a pretty good competition between East Asian and Hispanic. There are so many that are just absolutely obsessed with trying to have white children. And East Asian is like right at the top of that. And especially Caribbean Hispanic, right at the top. Like, so many are obsessed with trying to get light-skinned children, children with straight hair, children with blue eyes. You know, if they could have a child with blonde hair, oh my God, you know, they could die happy, right? I know you've seen a lot of that yourself.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, so like, you know, I have family that is Caribbean Hispanic. You know, you look at a lot of the the families that have an array of different skin tones. The people that come out darker are treated like fucking garbage. And they will elevate, you know, they will elevate the sibling of the dark skin that's light skin, and they'll just elevate and heap all the praise and try to lift them up and try to push them, you know, to be successful, and then treat the dark skin like garbage. You know? So, you know, it happened in my own family. You know, my youngest sister is the dark skinned one. The middle one is the super light skinned one. You know, who do you know are people, you know, trying to curry favor with the light skinned one. I mean, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. That is not just a black issue. I would argue that East Asian has it. It is there's the obsession levels are pretty simple. Are very similar between Hispanic and East Asian. And you will see when you look at South Asian, particularly in Bangladesh and in India, your social station is directly related to how dark your skin are. Like, if you have super dark skin in India, you're at the bottom of the caste system, and it's super, super difficult to get out of the it's super difficult to get out of the poverty, because, you know, people really try to keep you down the darker skin you are in India. You know, Darren almost got knocked out by those up kicks.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, it is kind of sad. It is kind of sad. You know, the skin bleaching that you see in East Asia, in Africa, in, you know, I mean, you look at what Sammy Sosa did to his skin. You know, like, that dude became a pariah for using steroids and just say, all right, I'm going to use some skin bleaching. You know, so it's sad. But I say all that to say that, you know, Caucasian is at the top of the list for, you know, because people know that the whiter you are, the easier it is to get out of certain disadvantageous situations and to get into some advantageous situations. It helps. Now, somebody like Travis might take offense to that and say, you know, well, you know, there are plenty of white people that are struggling, and I do agree with that. And so that's why I don't agree with the whole demonization of white people, particularly straight white men, that is all the rage in social media. I don't believe in all of that. I'm very much against demonizing people just for being straight or just for being white. I don't believe that all white people are racist. I don't believe that all white people want to own slaves. I don't believe in any of that shit. I've never seen Darren Elkins look this outmatched.
Mm-hmm. It's very sloppy.
Yeah, he looks like he's. I've never seen him.
What's happening?
Because you could tell that he can lose to fighters that are better than him, but I've never seen him look this bad.
Mm-hmm.
He looks completely out of sorts. Polychaser, holy shit. Yeah, so I just I don't like a lot of the racism I see against straight white people. And I also understand that a lot of the preference that people that really want to they want to try to make life better for their next generation. They think, having,
good knee.
Yeah, that was a nasty knee. Yo, I cannot believe Darren Elkins is getting destroyed like this by somebody that calls himself Juicy. This is bad. Yeah, he's gonna step in.
Yeah.
I've never.
Way he shoved him over Beltron.
Yeah, he kind of shoved Darren too.
Yeah.
He shoved Darren too. Xenon says, I have heard Korean skin tone is affected a lot by sun exposure, so there is a huge correlation between lighter skin tone and success. Well, that's around the world, Xenon. If you are considered to have like really dark skin, then that meant that you worked out. You're a laborer that worked out in the sun, meaning that you're probably less educated, and you were of low birth. Mm-hmm. And that's how people are treated in India, right? Their caste system is built that way, like specifically off of how close to white can you get, Because if you have lighter skin and you're whiter, then that means that you're probably not doing labor out in the sun. That means you probably, have a higher class education. Your family has access to more resources. And even the people in the lower caste systems that are able to work their way out of the muck to get to a higher economic status, they still have low social status because of the caste they came from. It's really messed up, So, we're not really talking about that, Polychaser. We're really just talking about like how, there's a fighter that adopted 2 black kids, and me and her were differing on our initial analysis of the motivation for somebody to intentionally adopt children that look the exact opposite of them, when that is not human nature. Human nature doesn't want to raise, like, especially among men, we don't want to raise children that are not ours and children that don't look like us. Mm-hmm. So obviously Michael Chandler has, the infertility problem, but at the same time, there are so many white children that are disadvantaged that look a little bit more like him. Why would he go away from those kids?
Jim Miller's face looks like it's just permanently
that
way.
That's not Jim Miller.
Sorry.
Darren Elkins.
Darren Elkins. I said Jim Miller.
Because they're like basically the same guy. They're basically the same guy in a way.
You know who I'm talking about.
I've never seen him get his ass whipped like that. It looks like
his face is just like diagonal, like his jaw is permanently.
Do you see the tattoo in his chest? What does it say? The damage. We've seen him get fucked up before, right? Polychaser says, I am not in positions to judge these people, their intentions. They can make their own decisions. I agree. However, as a person, like I explained to her, as a person who was in the foster care system and was abused in the foster care system, and am aware of a lot of the times that kids that are in the foster care system and the adoption system, they are brought into households specifically to basically be perverse toys for people with, warped senses of entertainment. And I see that so often, I end up being skeptical of people that want to, raise kids that look the exact opposite of them. I'm going to be skeptical. That's my initial, and that just comes from experience and observation. Now, her argument is that it works out most of the time, and you get kids that are lucky that were down in the dumps, and then they end up basically winning the lifestyle lottery, where their lives are 30 billion times better because they were just lucky to get plucked by somebody of the station of Michael Chandler. And I think that that's great, but I to me it just goes against human nature, so I'm skeptical. Like, why are you doing that?
Yeah, but I'm just saying I want to know why. Like, I'm not speculating anything. I just want to know why.
Yeah.
And
so we're not that different.
Right, but you did make a statement of, oh, I hope he's not diddling that kid or something like that. And I was like, that's why I said what I said, because I grew up in a household where it was successful.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's not even diddling the kid. Sometimes they use the kid for like domestic labor, or they use them as punching bags, or put them in cages and starve them and abuse them. I'm not saying
that does not happen.
Yeah.
I only said my personal part in response to what you said.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, of course, those horrible things happen, but my initial reaction personally is not going to be of that. But we grew up in very different households. Yeah. So, I'm not going to say that you are wrong for thinking that. We just had two completely... We had different childhoods.
So our perspectives are going to be...
Are different.
Are going to be exactly opposite, because I saw and experienced the abuse. You saw some lucky-ass kids.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Mm-hmm. So that's all that was. And I'd love to see his story, and I hope that the kid is doing well and that he...
C-Can actually makes a very good question. He says, why black women typically say they're not in the lighter black men? Is it something being taught to them? I've seen all shades of black women say this, by the way. So this is remember, like, back in the day, it was super in for women to be like, remember Family Guy when Chris Griffin was dating Kate Moss, and she was like, oh,
yeah,
there's a
somebody
crack.
Left the window open.
Somebody left the window open, right?
Yeah.
So back in those days, and this is why I don't buy the pushing of the transgenderism on the kids, because the girls that were super struggling 25 years ago, what were they in the bathroom doing?
Vomiting.
Yeah, they had their fingers down their throat, trying to be as skinny as possible. Now they're taking you don't hear about girls doing this anymore. They're taking doing that conversion therapy thing. Yeah. The girls that are struggling through.
I don't like vomiting, so I didn't vomit. I just didn't eat.
Right. So you have the bulimia or the anorexia, right? So back in the days, that because it was in to be thin, and then it changed. So to answer your question, C-Can, back in the 1990s, the light-skinned black man was the preference for black women everywhere. The problem is that obviously if you're a dark-skinned black man at the time, you're going to take offense to that, right? So what ends up happening is, and this is just from observation, it didn't happen in every case, but this is just from observation, you saw a lot of aggressive black men actually going at those lighter-skinned white guys, dominating them in sports, dominating them in fights. So the black woman saw that the darker-skinned black guys were going out of their way to punk the lighter-skinned black guys. So even though they thought that those lighter-skinned black guys were more attractive, they lost their attraction because now the lighter skinned black man is seen as less masculine.
Mm-hmm.
So the most masculine woman on planet Earth is the black woman. So even though she's masculine, she's going to value the masculinity of men even more than other races of women.
Mm-hmm.
So even back in the day, they loved, the nice, long, curly or straighter hair of the light skinned black guy and the complexion, and they made the cute babies. Now they're like, yo, he's expected to be a pussy.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, no, I want, a dark skinned black man, because they think that guy is going to be able to protect them better than the light skinned black guy. Plus, also, they took so much heat for their preference of the light skinned black man in the 90s that they did the whole swap. So the same, when you look at the women that were all trying to, be, skeletons and clothes hangers, all of those women now are in the gym only doing one exercise, trying to get a bigger butt. Why? Because Jennifer Lopez was out there, on the yacht, having the paparazzi, take a picture of her backside, and then the white men were like, "Ooh, Jennifer Lopez is the sexiest woman in the world. Okay, now I need to go get a butt." So now we got BBLs and women that only do hip thrust in the gym and nothing else. So everything is cyclical, guys. Everything is cyclical. At some point in the future, light-skinned black men will be in, dark-skinned black men will be out again.
Some black women have bad experiences with their black dads, so that could be a reason. No, that just leads JL. That just leads them to hate black men in general. It doesn't matter the skin color. JL makes a good point with step parents. Does that mean you are against interracial dating?
That is a dumb question, because this is interracial times 3. Joy walking is East Asian. So how could I am mixed race. I'm mixed with like 7 different nationalities. How can I be against mixed race? What I'm saying is, I look at the tendencies of human beings, and my interest / suspicion is going to be elevated when I see somebody intentionally bucking the trend. Like, for instance, when I was growing up, boys were not ashamed to be boys, right? So if we saw a boy acting like a girl, we want to know what's wrong with that one. Like, why are you acting like that? Right? But then when you start to look at a lot of the movement of society, you can understand why you're seeing more and more males try to act more like the females, because the females are being treated well in society while the males are being treated like garbage. So, as members of a communal species, Homo sapiens, being ostracized and left out of the group is a bad thing. And it makes you, it not only does it make you neurologically feel unsafe, you are actually unsafe when you are not accepted by the community. So when you're seeing a community that has gone from valuing men and boys on some level to showing actual hatred and contempt, out and out misandry, where they hate you simply because you're a male. Well, if you're a young boy, growing up, and everything you hear is about how horrible men and boys are, why would you ever want to be a man or a boy if everybody says that men and boys are bad? So you grow up with that mindset as a young kid, and I had that self-hatred growing up. Well, why? Well, they were pushing this radical feminist agenda in the early 90s when I was starting to come of age. I was going through puberty in the early 1990s. Well, that's when they were really starting to push that anti-male rhetoric into the mainstream. So, my mother was a single mom that hated men, and her sisters that were around were single moms that hated men, and none of the men were around, so I was influenced to hate and distrust men and boys everywhere, including myself. So when you look at like how now is not just hatred of men and boys that we're seeing in society, we're actually seeing praise for boys saying, I'm a girl. So when you're seeing that they're getting all of this positive reinforcement and everybody's talking about how brave they are and how courageous they are and you're so awesome and come into my bathroom and look at me naked and they're trying to give all of this preferential treatment, then why would you ever, if you were a young boy, why would you go the path of difficulty when the path of least resistance says, well, if you start taking hormones and let them chop off your wang, then you're actually a good person now. So when you're asking me, am I against interracial adoption as a concept, I'm not. What I'm saying is that because it goes so far away from human nature, and I've seen evidence of what can happen when a child is under the care of someone that doesn't have a vested a natural vested stock in their progression in life. And I've seen the results of that. It makes me skeptical. It makes me mistrusting until I see otherwise. That's all. So until I find out what the story is, I'm just going to be skeptical. It doesn't mean that I'm against it. But it definitely perks up my interest because that's outside the norm. When CCAN says when it comes to picking a partner, 100% of them, they're making sure to X guys my complexion out on the dating show Pop the Balloon. I need more information about guys your complexion. What is your complexion, CCAN? Polychaser says, I think everyone can have preferences of their own. Surely we all have them. It is hard enough to find love as it is. So as long as people find happiness, fine by me. I agree with that, but the problem is that there are so many fucking narratives out there that people are feeling pressure to make one choice over the other. My old co-host of Black Power Magic Hour, I've actually had conversation with him, and he's like, super duper uber liberal leftist, and he ends up dating a lot of white women, and he said, you know what, like I do feel a lot of pressure and because people look at him differently because he's always talking a good game as far as like protecting black women and black girl excellence and magic and all this other stuff, but most of the women that he has been dating have been Caucasian straight out. Well, if you think that black women are so great, why don't you have one? Why aren't you choosing them? Right? So he feels pressure to choose women that he may necessarily not be compatible with and or not actually attracted to. So that's what I'm saying to you, Polychaser. Like, there's so much more going on, which is why finding love is so difficult. Now, Mrs. Evil can tell you about the times that certain types of women, certain race of women, have either threatened to be violent or have actually been physically violent towards her because of my presence in her life.
Not fun. Not anymore, though, thank God. Us being older.
But also,
when we were...
like people have been saying that, we've been looking more and more similar the longer we've been together,
Yeah.
But
when we first got together, we were both... I was 18 when we got together. You were...
22.
22. So, when I was 18, I probably looked 15, 16. So, easy target.
Yeah. Yep. I was still getting stopped by truancy officers at age 22. Hooper's about to get his shit pushed in. I don't know. I don't know about that. But I am scared.
You take that back.
I only have a problem if certain ideas are forced on me. I agree with that, Polychaser. CCAN says, so what type of woman will best fit me without them judging my lights? Oh, so he's a light skin.
I think that you should go where you're appreciated, C-Can. If it's not with a black woman, oh well. And I've noticed that a lot of black women will make fun of you until you are successful in life. And then they want to call you a sellout and call you weak and call you all kinds of names. But you used to laugh at me. Mm-hmm. You actually used to laugh at me because I wasn't a gangster thug, drug dealer, wearing bandanas and do-rags and my pants hanging off my ass and ruining the community. But now you see that I'm actually, doing something with my life. Oh, now I'm weak for not choosing one of you. You don't remember when you were laughing at me? Mm-hmm. You don't remember that? JL says she found a way to get home. Of course, you didn't need to give her any money, JL, for her to... Don't even get me started on that, JL.
No, but it's a good comment. Read the rest of the comment.
Oh, look at that jacket.
I know, we were talking about it earlier.
That is sparkly.
Mm-hmm.
She found a way to get home, and she's been treating me with more respect and not talking down to me. Looks like you guys were right.
I'm glad. But you have to keep it up, though.
Yeah.
She will try again.
Yeah, she will still try you.
People like that will continue to try.
Polychaser says, I find a lot of black girls are very argumentative and abrasive, such a turnoff. And this is, and the thing is, like, Polychaser, I'm going to put you on to something. There are a group of black women that identify as divestors. I'm going to blow your fucking mind today, Polychaser. I didn't want to really get into this on the live stream, but fuck it. We're going to dive deep into this. And if we get hate on the channel, I hope we get a whole bunch of people hate watching the shit.
Hate. But...
Hey, we gotta play. Well, we can't play the song.
I don't think Jeremy's here.
Okay, I'm gonna blow your mind. So there is a group of women, a group of black women in the black community, a subgroup called divestors, and their whole thing is they believe that the black man is inferior due to a bunch of different factors, and they have this perception that white women have a perception that all white women are stay-at-home moms that get to stay at home. They don't have any responsibilities. They don't have any responsibilities. They are weighted on hand and foot. They get to go on vacations 3 times a month. They're living in ultimate luxury. And they just have this perception that black men, don't want to be providers, and they're not good enough, and all types of things, all types of negative things about the black man. And they will elevate the white man thinking that, white women don't actually have responsibilities or problems with white men in the world, right? So, they have a...
Don't turtle. Oh, your neck.
So they have like this...
Your neck, Hooper. Okay.
Yeah, he got out. But
Jay,
Miller,
you hush, Jay.
Miller is in a lot of trouble right here. He's in a lot of trouble right here.
Yes,
I told you.
Yes.
He got his hands through. But the thing is, you don't want to be...
I told you, Jay. We told you that.
You don't want to be in Chase Hooper's guard. If he grabs a limb, you're in a lot of trouble. And from that defensive position, he can grab a limb. He can grab any limb. Mm-hmm. And it's a problem. Now, Jim Miller is going to want to bully him to blunt his ability to implement his BJJ. But this is not a safe place for Jim Miller to be.
Hooper.
Oh, that was nice GMP right there.
Stressed out.
Oh, nice takedown. His head is popping out.
Yeah, it's popping out.
So, so black women have been telling each other lies that white men prefer them over other women. And black men are like, well, white men are listening to black men talk about how you treat them. They don't want to deal with any of that shit. They don't want to deal with any of that shit that black men are dealing with.
Get him.
So what ends up happening is you do get a subset of white men that know how thirsty these black women are to try to get with them. So it's easy pussy. Like, if you're trying to get laid as a white man, the only thing that you have to do is like just make the black woman think that you take them, maybe to a Broadway show one time, or you spend $80 on a meal at a restaurant they've never been to, and you're gonna be able to clap them cheeks. And that subgroup,
$80 just going to fucking McDonald's.
yeah, that subgroup of women, they actually do think that they're gonna get a better time with white men when white men see how black women how black men experience black women. So they're telling each other all kinds of lies about how they have all of these options with interracial dating, when when it's just not the truth. It's just not the truth, man.
On really well.
But Jim Miller is doing a really good job. But again, Hooper is so dangerous everywhere. He is so dangerous. And he's flexible as hell.
Yeah. It's like
He's grabbing something. Like, he might be like your favorite Scotsman. He might be the 2.0 of him. Uh-oh. He's stuck in that triangle.
Come on.
Oh, he got out. Oh. Come on, Hooper. Yeah, he's like, yo, let me get off of you, yo. Jim Miller has to respect the grappling, because you're in danger. If you're in hugging distance of Chase Hooper, you are already in a submission attempt.
Yeah.
If you are in Chase Hooper's guard, or if Chase Hooper is in your guard, it's already a submission attempt. You're in trouble. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Polly Chaser is frustrated. He says, I find it so weird that people bring race into every conversation. And to me, it is frustrating that people are so convinced that certain attributes are directly related to their skin color and plays a huge part in defining who they are. I argue that culture plays a much bigger role combined with upbringing to define what kind of adult someone becomes. And I don't disagree with you, but the thing is, you basically answered your own question when you said, I find it so weird that people bring race into every conversation. So the thing is that you might believe that it is immaterial, but there are enough people that believe the opposite, that they make decisions and they treat people certain ways that changes the gravity of what those traits end up being perceived as. So you don't care about race, and that annoys you, but you're in the minority. So you are a guy that basically, you're like the guy who's an MIT graduate that is forced to go to work every day around people that barely graduated high school. You feel like you're surrounded by morons all the time. And, I get it. I completely get it. I get it. But the fact is, you live in a world where people believe that race is really, really important. And I understand your frustration. Okay.
About to take us back again. He's like, come here. Come here.
I don't know why being hood and ghetto is in style, because people people think that being hood and ghetto means that you're tougher and you're more masculine, but it's really just pseudo masculinity. It's not real.
He's such a good backpack.
But what are these generic ideas based on? All black men, all white women. To me, this is meaningless dribble. I think you meant to say. I think there's a different word that sounds very similar to that. Drivel. I agree with you. I do agree with you, Polychaser. I do. Holy shit! My sister just sent me a text asking for money. No.
We told you.
No. The answer is no.
You know what to do. Just keep at it, man.
You got to cut that umbilical cord, man. I visit a YouTube stream often with mostly black people and like a couple persons that make me come back. But a lot of times I find the conversation very shallow and so all over the place, and to such an extent that it makes me sad. Everyone sees color, but to say that I know what someone is just on that basis is just retarded. Good and bad folks come from all places. I agree with you. I do agree with you. Vex says, hood and ghetto just shows me you are lowest of the low in the intelligence bracket, which is why those people stay at the bottom of the social totem pole. You know? And the thing is, you know, when I was younger, you know, people looked down on me in the hood because I come from the worst places in New York City. You know, I'm looked at as bad or less desirable because I speak English like this and I'm not aggressively violent.
Synth has some comments also.
Yes, Xenon says, I'm glad we can have such honest conversations. I have been unaccepted so much in my life, but that's most people. We draw people here that are unaccepted, and we value all of you. I mainly just wish we could be honest about how we feel more often. I think that it's much, much better. But now we have, you know, all this wokeism that tries to silence people's true opinions. And then, you know, it's hard to figure out where you actually fit in society when you, when so many people are just trying to be politically correct. And so, you know, when I see somebody is racist, I don't immediately start hating them. I think that there's a lot that can be gained from understanding their perspective in life, and maybe you might show them that their biases are incorrect by how you treat those people that think that because you're black that you're going to treat them like this or that, you know? So you know, I don't believe that people who are racist are inherently bad. I just dislike Bryce Mitchell because he's young enough and old enough and has been around the world enough to know that, you know, Hitler is not a guy to go fishing with, you know? So...
That was hilarious.
Vex says, you think it's cool that you're going to end up dead or in jail. You think it's cool that you got the ops on you. You think it's cool to put your family... Yeah, that's what they think. Polychaser says, I grew up dead poor, but I am just not a person who would ever blame others for my misfortunes or bad life. It gives you a better chance to be successful, even if people actually are to blame for your misfortunes or bad life. By not giving into that puts you in a better position to buck the odds. Seacan says, what irks me is when a black woman says to another black man, you're not tough enough to handle a black woman. But the thing is, they don't say that about the other races that tries to date them. Well, my go-to when it comes to that, Seacan, is that when you're talking about handling, you're talking about a zookeeper, a zoologist. And since I'm a human being looking to deal with another human being, I'm not interested in handling. You know, you handle animals. So if you're a black woman who needs to be handled, then I've got nothing for you. I've got absolutely nothing for you. And those women stay single. And that's it. And you got to stop, CCAN. You got to stop feeling bad or letting these people try to shame you. What you do is you find the women that are out there that appreciate you for who you are, and then you treat them the very best that you can. And if other people think that you're weak for choosing that woman, well, say, yes, I am weak. And then you go and you live your enjoyable life while they stay miserable. You will learn as you grow older, CCAN, that other people's opinions of you are none of your business. Polychaser said, needs to be handled as a huge red flag. My wife gives me peace and a place to come home to, and that's all I desire. Exactly. 100.
I like that one.
Single with 6 kids with 6 different last names. Yeah, that's a clean 6 for 6. Vex. That's what Brandon Jamal would say. A 6x6. The only 6x6 I want is that Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon, the fucking the Brabus 6x6. Xenon says, I've had to accept every bridge possible out there does a good job at removing racism. Yeah, I agree with that. I went where I was appreciated. And a lot of times I get insulted by black women for it, but it's like, but listen, my life is good. You can say all this about how weak I am and how all of this and all of that. You can say that. That's fine. But it doesn't change the fact that you're still miserable and I'm not. You know, all of that, all the sign language in the world won't change the fact that I've got a great marriage and you don't. That's it. I did notice your hair. What happened? Whose hair? Blink if you need help. What? I don't know what Polychaser was talking about.
Talking about this hair or his facial hair?
Or maybe he's talking to Dan Jensen. I don't know what he's talking about. Is Jim Miller in danger of getting caught in a twister? It seems your hair has changed. Oh yeah, my hair has changed a lot. You know, yeah, facial hair in my head. I do need to go to the barber though. We got to get DEG in the episode of JR. I'm not really as big of a Joe Rogan Experience fan as I used to be. He used to be super open-minded, and now he's just firmly on the right-wing conspiracy side, where he's not the free thinker that he used to be. He's definitely allowed himself to become a little bit more on the radicalized side of things, and it's very one-sided for him. And I just don't find that as entertaining. I used to like it when he entertained the far left, the far right, the conservative, the liberal, and the scientists and the engineers and the people that have had different unique life stories, like Daryl Davis. I used to like that kind of thing, right? That's one of my favorite interviews that anybody has ever done. Joe Rogan interviewing Daryl Davis. And I think that I really, if you guys have not seen the JRE where he's talking to Daryl Davis, I highly recommend it. But those were the days that I thought that Daryl Davis was... those are the days where I thought JRE was just really great.
Good job, Hooper.
Polychaser says, I consider myself still liberal, but the left has gone insane. And now I guess I am a racist far-right thug. Could not care less. Polychaser, believe it or not, you and I, you know, I do disagree with the... See, let me put it to you like this, Polychaser, because I think I'm really starting to understand how I compartmentalize your position on race. I love your position on race conceptually. But I think that you being such an idealist in that way makes it seem like you're a little bit divorced from the actual reality of things that people are trying to tell you that they are either experiencing or observing. And you hold on so hard to the principle that we all love, but your principle is a utopia. And it's really not the lived experience of too many people, so it makes it difficult for you to level with people who experience the world differently than how you believe the world should be experienced. Even though you're right in concept, it is not people's experience in actual reality. Yes, Chase Hooper, unanimous. The thing is, Jim Miller got in too close. So he couldn't implement this dirty boxing. Mm-hmm. So he was just fending off submission attempts for 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. Half my family is black and the other half is white. I love them all. I won't play this game of judging others by colors. So that is that. And that's cool. But I think that it kind of makes it a little bit hard for you to connect to other people who have experiences with having to deal with people who absolutely do see color and they want you to know it. They want you to know that they see color. And I think it's great that you don't. I think it's great that you don't, and we love you the way that you are. But I'm thinking that is just my assessment of how a lot of these conversations really do annoy you, because you're thinking the right way in the concept, but the problem is in real life it doesn't go the right way. You know? He says, I know, but to me, that's their problem. But the thing is, those people make their problems other people's problems. That's the problem. You know? Like, it's easy to say, like, oh, I don't care what they think. But if that person wants to take an SUV and drive it into a crowd of black people because they're black, you know? Or deny them a loan because they're black, or give them an artificially low appraisal of their home because they're black, you know, I find a lot of them trying to make themselves some sort of victim. Yeah, but that's on both sides. That's on both sides.
This is a very sweet comment from Ken.
You, the big brother we never had. Shout out to you. I appreciate that. I don't know if I deserve that, but I do appreciate it. And I tell you, I like. But I love all you guys that come in here, and I want you all to feel like you are valued people here in some community somewhere. And I'm glad that you guys are here. I'm glad Polychaser is here. I'm glad that C-Can is here. Travis, I don't know. But it goes both ways, like this DEI crap. I can go on and on about DEI. I can go on and on. But DEI exists in definitely in more ways than people understand it. You know.
Stuck with per usual.
We're stuck with him and his 17 different accounts. Travis said, "I will take the L." See, that's a stand-up man, right? That's a stand-up man. JL, I disagree with you. Miller was not easy prey. Miller was really game. A lot of guys would have gotten subbed. In a lot of those situations, the two backpack situations, a lot of guys would have gotten subbed.
So glad Hooper won.
Yeah, the arm bar attempt, from bottom position, a lot of guys would have gotten caught and subbed.
There was a couple of times where there was a stalemate.
Yeah. For real, I was like, I can't wait till Saturday to chat with the fam. This is the reason why we take a financial loss.
That, Cam.
I mean, that's why we take such a huge financial loss to do this show, because believe me, it's you guys.
We do chat about you guys.
Yeah, we do talk.
Show.
Yeah, we do. You guys do come up in conversation in different ways.
We're like
Dan Jensen. We've been talking about David Banner since we went to the Rangers game.
I don't know if David saw it, but we were talking about you on Wednesday, David.
Yeah, she wanted to buy a Rangers shirt just simply for.
Don't hate me and don't unsub from the channel, please. We still love you. But I did need to purchase a Ranger shirt because I have to be that spouse.
Wait, you also purchased that other Ranger shirt too.
I have 2 Ranger shirts, and we have a magnet.
Well, one of them you're probably never going to see. Just saying.
God. The magnet's adorable. Let me show the magnet. Because that one is for you too.
Dan Jensen says, report that shite, David. I gotta go. I'm gonna start poisoning myself with alcohol. Well, that's your choice, Vex.
This is what we got for thing 2.
She likes, I was about to say bagels, pretzels.
We also love bagels.
Yeah.
Bread in all its forms.
Not me. I'm glad that Chase Super got a win. It will make it easier for me if John Silva loses, or if this annoying asshat Pimblett wins. I really don't want Mitchell or Pimblett to win. And Gordon beat Pimblett, by the way. Gordon beat Pimblett. I don't give a fuck what you guys have to say. Should I go find a stream? I mean, if you want to know like what we are talking about, if you want to know what we're talking about as far as the fights go, then I guess that's a good a good option. Or you can pay for the stream, or whatever. It's up to you, Yeah, you do get the general idea, but sometimes it's nice to put visuals to the conversation. People trying to beat each other. Oh, come on, apologies for you. Dan Jensen is the devil on your shoulders. Do it. Do it. I really hate eating food. But I can't grow muscle if I don't eat. Yan Xiaonan versus the chick that looks in 2 directions at the same time. Okay, Jen made me do it, Mom. Tonight doesn't feel like a PPV. That's because the biggest matchups haven't really happened yet, I don't think. But you're going to start to feel the tension rise as we get through, the featured prelim, the first fight on the main card. You're going to start to really feel that tension, But yeah, Polychaser, there is a group of black women out there that believe that white women do not have to work. That white women don't work outside. Once they get married to a white man, they never have to work. They just sit in the lap of luxury being waited on hand and foot with no responsibilities, living in the lap of luxury. That's how so they believe they need to go get a white man so that they can get this luxury lifestyle they believe that all married white women have. So they're like, I'm gonna go find me a Brad. That's what they call the white man, Brad. And the thing is, and one of the saddest things about that, Polychaser, is that and this is the thing that pisses off the black men. At least in the beginning, the black women will act like they got them some goddamn sense. They know how to talk to a man when he's white. And one of the things that a lot of black men, including the venerable late Kevin Samuels, when, he used to say, you guys are always speaking disrespectfully to and about black men. You say that you're not going to let any man tell you what to do. But when your white boss tells you to jump, you say how high. When the white man says you need to act right, all of a sudden you know how to act right. But here's the funny thing, right? The white men still don't see them as marriageable options by and large. So they'll have fun with them. They want to see what this the sexualized black woman experience is. And they'll string them along for a certain amount of time to get them cheeks. But they don't fucking marry them. Most of the time.
No, I didn't see that film. I'm probably going to catch it on one of the streaming services. I do plan on watching it. I think they took it out the theater near us. It's not there anymore.
Can says, I saw that divestors, they're just the swirl. Yeah, so, the swirlers and the divestors, they're that's basically the same thing. Travis says you usually have to click on the play button X out of the ad and click the play button again for it to... Oh, yeah, that's annoying. Death of a Unicorn. Okay.
I'll catch it on a streaming service.
Why are there so many black people who seem to have limited vocabulary and come across as if unable to express themselves precisely? Okay, so I'll explain that, okay? Number one, the best way that I can explain it to you in a way that you'll understand is if you go to any country in Europe and they have the official language of the country, but if you go to different regions of the country, the language is spoken differently. So they're called dialects, right? So you believe that black people are not able to express themselves clearly, but they understand each other. So it's more of a cultural thing. Now, there is a social component that you might find relevant, where if somebody speaks like they're from the community, they're going to be more likely to be accepted, because there is a lot of shaming. There's a feeling that being black is looked down upon in society. So if you're a black person that speaks in a way that they perceive white people to speak, then they say that you're not black enough. And they try to liken it to you hating your own people or hating yourself, because they believe that the color and the culture go hand in hand. It's kind of like Judaism. Jewish people are Jewish by race and by culture and religion. So
they'll literally tell you sound white.
Yeah, they'll tell you sound a color. You sound Caucasian.
Or if they don't want to say it that way, they'll say you
speak
proper.
Well. Yeah.
Yes, you speak.
Well, that's the racist thing that white people will say to black people. Oh, you know what's the word? There's a phrase they like to use. You express yourself so well, and there's another analog to that.
Yeah.
And I used to take that as a compliment, and then as I've gotten older, I realized that you're not complimenting me; it's a backhanded insult to people that look like me. So you're trying to play that weird game of model minority, so that you can have an excuse to treat other black people poorly, because I'm supposed to be one of the good ones.
Yeah, or you enunciate well.
Yeah, that's another one too. One reason I really like you is that you're able to precisely make your point. I'm trying to work on being more concise, but precise is something that I value. C-Can says, those black people think it's cool to not talk white equal proper. Exactly. If me or Evil goes to a black person, they're going to say we talk white. That is true. Travis says, the fact that talking proper equals talking white is concerning for the black community. Why do you think the black community is at the bottom? That's one of the reasons. Polychase says, I get that point, but if you're trying to formulate an argument, constantly repeating the same thing over and over and getting louder is surely not eloquent. They don't give a fuck, because where they come from, more force means you win. Like, I could say that 2 + 2 = 4, and the guy that says that 2 + 2 = 7, if he punches me in the face and knocks me out, then people will say that 2 + 2 = 7 because he's right, because I got knocked out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it definitely, in the black community, it is definitely more of a survival of the fittest type of mentality. How does that persuade people into understanding? That is insane to me. That's reality, Polychaser.
Good job, Jan.
And then the sad part, Polychaser, is if you're one of the people that got out of the hood after they treated you like garbage for years and years and years, and they made fun of you and they beat you up and they robbed you and they abused you, if you somehow make it out and become rich, they're like, oh, you know, look, he left the hood. He thinks he's too good for us. Like, what? Oh, you need to go back to the hood and donate money and mentor the kids. No, go fuck yourself. How about that? Bad enough that I had to survive, you know, all of the racism from the racial majority, but I had to also put up with your abuse, and I had to survive the structural racism and the intra-black community racism. I had to survive all of that for you to tell me, well, you know, you need to make sure you marry a black woman so you make sure your money stays in the black community. And what the fuck are you gonna do with it? You know, there's the so-called pro-blacks that want to police your fucking penis. Oh, well, I'm pro-black. You know, you with the white keep it hype. And it's like, I'm with whoever respects me is going to get my time, attention, and my devotion. That's it. It's that simple. I was going to ask you if you thought Jan was enjoyable to look at, like in that position there, but I just want to know if we were. There are some Chinese women that I'd be like, okay. Yeah, okay. All right. I do sort of empathize with that, as my youth was big trouble. I just never talk about it as I define my own life. And exactly, I mean, that's pretty much what I'm saying. You know, I define my own life. You know, there are a subsection of black women that say that it's a red flag if you're a black man over the age of 30 that doesn't have kids by a bunch of different women. Like, the priorities, the things that they think make a man that they're attracted to, And then when they see that like these men are going elsewhere, they're going where they're appreciated to other countries and all of that. Oh, we're gonna try to shame you and make you feel bad for this, that, or the third. And I'm like, okay, well, oh, you're too weak. Oh, you sold out. Yes, I sold out. I'm weak. I'm weak. I sold out. Yeah. I'm not strong enough for a strong black woman. Yep, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But with all of that shaming you just did that get you any closer to the money I earned? Nope, it didn't. Is that going to get me any closer to having to deal with your nasty attitude? Nope. My life is still good. So, if you're gonna call me weak and all that, yeah, I'm weak. Oh yeah, I'm weak, and I'm proudly weak.
Duolingo.
Yeah,
I should probably do my Duolingo when I wake up in the morning.
I'm so weak. I'm so weak. Yeah.
Ooh.
The common mention of baby mama coming by like it means nothing really drives me mad. Exactly. Seacant says, I'm gonna start saying, yeah, I'm weak. That's a good one. Yeah. Think of the movie 8 Mile. When B Rabbit chose to go first in the final rap battle against Captain America. Your real name is Clarence. Anthony Mackie is ruined for me by 8 Mile, right? Like, B Rabbit knew all the things that they're going to make fun of him for. Yeah, y'all beat me up. Y'all robbed me. Yeah, my mother is a crackhead. All of y'all fucked my girl and all of that. And I'm still saying fuck the free world. Mm-hmm. You'll put a gun. Y'all all jumped me. It took like 7 or 8 of you and putting a gun in my face for y'all to get one up on me. Yeah, I know all the things you're about to say about me. Now tell me something I don't know. And then nigga stand there with the microphone like, your real name is Clarence. Like, So, like, once you take away the thing that is supposed to make you feel bad about yourself, what do they have on you? Not a goddamn thing. They don't got shit on you. Yeah, Clarence went to a private school. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And Clarence's parents had a real good marriage. So it's like if people are going to try to judge you for living a better life than they can give for themselves, then take that L. Take the L. Okay, cool. Can says, I'm light-skinned and proud. I can't handle a strong black woman. Yeah, I'm weak, yeah. Yeah, I'm a sellout. Right? I still got everything in life that I want. And you don't. That's why you mad. It's that simple. I got the height. I'm trying to get the looks, but it's hard to get to the barbershop. As often as I would like to, right? But I got the physique I want. I drive the cars I want. I got the job I want. I don't even want to talk about how much I make an hour. I got the woman I want. I got the other woman I want. Yes, I'm so weak. Oh yeah. So woe is me. Man. This black woman who's miserable, I don't have her respect. Gosh darn it. My life will never be the same again. Okay. All right, cool. Cool. I'm good.
Dan's tired.
Yeah, and also be sure to blame others and minimize responsibility. That's what all the lonely fans chicks are doing. And now they're mad because guys don't want to date and marry them. Well, we told you that. And you bragged about how much money you made in the first month. But when all the guys in the world have seen your nipples and they figure that they look the same as they do on every other woman, and then they stop subscribing, and now you're struggling to make $300 a month, all of a sudden you're not so strong and independent anymore, and now you're looking for a man. Now you want to get married. Get out of here.
Oh, she's getting out of it? Thank goodness. Come on, Jan.
Yeah, but yeah, but she lost a round because she was fighting off submission attempts the whole round.
Yeah.
She's going to lose pretty much the same way Jim Miller lost. Oh, nice.
Does she have a knot on her forehead? Jan? I don't have to see it. I think she has a knot. Toes?
Travis said, God, I hate women's MMA.
Right here.
And Derek, and the fight's about to be over.
Look at that, look at that, look at that.
Oh, she got her elbow through the hip.
Oh, you see it?
Lumpy Space Princess.
Oh, look at that.
It looks like it's ready to bleed.
Huge.
You look at that spot right in the middle?
Yeah.
It looks like it's ready to burst.
Oh, Dad.
I'm about to bust.
Oh, I can't stop looking now. I'm just waiting for it to go.
Well, somebody's trying to get an armbar submission, so. Yan Xiaonan is a really good striker, but she doesn't know how to keep it on the feet. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. JL doesn't like having a contender that looks in two different directions at the same time. Xenon says these women will find themselves very disappointed. No, they're already finding themselves very disappointed right now. And now they want to shame men into marrying them and taking them seriously after they've had sex with 1,000 men in 24 hours. Like, get the fuck out of here. Where in history did prostitutes occupy high stations in society?
I just noticed that. He goes, Dan, neurons are overrated. I want to see that knot.
Very naughty.
Were they able to smush it down?
It looks like it.
It's still a knot.
Pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you really wanted to see that in the corner when you put that little metal iron.
I think just like smush it
down. I'm gonna let Mrs. Evil take that question for you, Travis, because she is super knowledgeable about that situation, and it makes me very sad.
Yeah, I saw a video about it. So I did see video of the helicopter going down. There's this.
So basically, Polytates was saying that the helicopter acted like the black community.
It just basically broke up in the air.
And everybody that was in it died. In very terrifying fashion.
Thing 2 and I took the ferry from Manhattan to Jersey, so I was peeking at that area. And it looks normal, but I don't know if there are more officers on the river than normal, or I just said I'm more aware of the officers that are on the river because you see like the police boats around. So it seemed like there were a few more officers.
It feels like it was really close to where we're sitting.
It was very close to where we can walk there.
And you know where that helipad is, where I normally would drive on that avenue to go home.
Yeah.
And you can hear how loud it is. And to me, anytime I hear a helicopter very close to me, I am terrified, and I just kind of squelched down the feeling of terror, like Yan Xiaonan's big lumpy forehead.
Yeah, we're actually located not far from that.
I didn't know that they were found alive.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I thought that all were found dead in the helicopter.
I thought that they all just met their demise just out the gate.
Yeah, it's just really.
It was the
it's really
former
fucking
CEO
awful.
Siemens. He was actually a CEO of another company at the time.
And his
And-
3 children.
Yeah, like the whole family, like the whole blood. Oh, Jan, she grabbed the fence.
Yeah.
Come on, Jan. You should lose just for that. I mean, you're gonna lose anyway.
There's this channel I like to watch sometimes, where this pilot will break down
Breakdowns.
breakdowns. So I'm gonna wait until the official report comes out about that tragedy, and then he'll do a video about it. And so I am interested.
The whole
3
family.
3 kids.
The whole family
Mom, the dad, the 3 kids.
and the
Yes.
the Navy SEALs pilot.
And the video is just like it's really awful because in the video you can see one of the blades just like fly off, and then the helicopter ends up flipping over and crashing.
I mean, it's Final Destination
Yeah,
in real life.
really awful. So we did hear about it.
It's Final Destination in real life. And
I'd like to read the article with the official.
it is the type of mechanical failure that makes me never want to get on a helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look what happened to Kobe, yo.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen Final Destination, Polychaser? This is another reason why I don't watch horror films.
I think they're supposed to be coming out with one more film.
Yeah, I'm gonna avoid that. Because it makes you irrationally afraid of, like, everyday things.
Mm. It's kind of why I like watching the guy's channel. The channel is called Captain Steve.
Because it breaks
Pilot
down
Steve.
terrifying things to make it make sense so you don't have the irrational fear. I get it.
Exactly.
But there's nothing you can make sense of with that. Like, the rotor was just like, bye-bye.
Yeah. So he'll give a preliminary analysis based on what happened, and then he'll do a follow-up video once they release the incident report, and then break it down even further.
Jan, put your fucking arms down.
That's disappointing. I expected her to win.
She didn't know how to keep...
Like, wasn't she just fighting for the belt? Not too
Yeah,
long
but she
ago?
looked really bad against her Chinese countrywoman.
Mm-hmm.
See, she doesn't know how to keep the fight on the feet. That's the problem. My brother is in the Coast Guard, and his supervisor, who's also in NYPD, said the first thing responders responded horribly to it, saying that they could have easily saved 2 of the people, but nobody jumped in the water to save them. Instead, they waited for a crane to get them. Ooh. Oh. But it's really difficult to judge somebody because then they would be putting their own life in danger.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we give such special deference to people that do dive in.
Mm-hmm.
But the expectation isn't that somebody should dive in, because then you run the risk of more people dying instead of people being saved.
Mm-hmm.
Polychaser says, my initial thoughts were that Chopper must have not been checked up properly, which was my initial thought.
Mm-hmm.
It seems unlikely such dramatic failure just happens out of nowhere. That was my initial suspicion, but then listening to how the part of the rotor can make contact with another part of Rhea Ripley. Oh, come on. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that.
It's just nuts because we were talking about it earlier. There's so many helicopters flying around New York City every single day.
Which is why I say it's some Final Destination shit, because that's the 1 in a billion.
Yeah.
I mean, that is some shit that you would try to do in Grand Theft Auto just to see them die. You know? But it's Grand Theft Auto. This is real fucking life.
Yeah. After this one.
Shit, I didn't even see. I guess they gave it to the chick that looks in two directions, right? Okay. I don't care.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm tapping out after this one.
Like Kurt Angle's hair. Tap! Tap! I want to see somebody do that in MMA, like this WWE. Last moments, just hard to even contemplate. I said that too. Imagine being a Navy SEAL pilot trained to deal with any situation except the rotor falling off of your helicopter, because there's absolutely nothing you can do.
Yeah. Same, Travis. Same.
Well, I do like Woodson. I do like Woodson. Makes me think a lot about the couple of times I was convinced I would die, but yet, here I am. Yep. 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 I mean, it feels like a distant memory, but I made a left-hand turn onto Mother Gaston Boulevard in 2019. And as I'm making the left-hand turn onto the block, there is a so-called gangster running down the block, shooting and missing at his target. And if I would have made that left-hand turn maybe 7 seconds earlier, those shots would have went right in my side window.
Yeah, we were going to a Coheed concert that day.
Yeah, I was headed to the Coheed concert, yep, at Coney Island.
Yes.
And I was trying to find a way to get out from underneath the elevated train station on Broadway. And I was fearful, but then I became very angry because my life almost came to an end because of hard R activity. Thank you, Brandon Jamal, for creating that, because I was about to say something that got me kicked off of YouTube. All because of this like hard R activity. And it turns out that, and because I watched the guy basically do the puff dance to perfection to avoid being shot, the bullets actually ended up in 3 other people, 2 blocks down, hit by strays. And the only reason why they survived is that they were hit by bullets that were shot, from hundreds of feet away,
right,
from a pistol, from a handgun,
Travis, we have the program. Well, our computer is being a butt today, so
we'll have to just read it up off of a document.
Yeah, we have it saved. I'm not able to show it because if I open that program, the computer begins to just malfunction, and I want to make sure that the stream doesn't crash. So at least for today, until we can figure it out.
You had a crash racing on the road? I don't know, but yep, that would have been your own fault. Yep.
But we can read off the the picks for you if you need to. Let me give a quick. Ba, 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 ba. I think most of your picks, Travis, are for the main card. Ige, Krylov, Mitchell. I just noticed that. Bryce Mitchell by sub. That's what Travis wrote.
I'm not a Nazi, I swear.
Can has Lopez and Patty. JL has Mitchell, Chandler, and Volk. Per usual has Volk and Chandler by KO. Bryce, Reyes. Yeah. David has Chase Hooper. Yes. Danny Gay. Silva, Pitbull, Chandler, and Lopez. Kratos has a bunch. Dan has Lopez, Chandler, Silva, Krylov, Yair. When you do the end stream, the end credit image is just going to be last week's image, so it won't be updated.
We don't have a sponsor though, so.
No, I know, but what I'm saying, I don't want to edit it because
you think that something bad might happen. I might just,
I don't want to do that.
I think I might just end the stream naked.
Okay.
Oh, you were racing on a track. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't like when people race on the road. Because you're putting other people at risk. I mean, if you want to put your own life at risk, go right on ahead.
The roads were nuts on my way home on Friday.
2
different accidents on the way back home. One, someone got rear-ended. And I'm not surprised where it happened.
I really need to stop thinking of inappropriate jokes. Woodson is a bad matchup for Volk. No, Volk knows how to get past the distance issue. So Woodson would be in a lot of trouble in that situation. Somebody said that Woodson fought at light heavyweight before. I think he didn't want to do that anymore because he always skips leg day. Woodson is probably the only guy that I've seen that has worse legs than mine. His quads look like a mono. Like there's only one. There's only one.
He's so lanky.
Yeah.
I mean,
Woodson cuts a lot of weight. I want to know how much weight he cuts.
If he decides not to do the UFC anymore, he could do
Yeah, I hear you, Polly Chaser.
creature.
There's a lot of young men.
Like there's this one actor who's very lanky, but he actually made a lot of money.
Look at his knobby ass knees.
Doing for like playing different creatures in films. And some really great films too. Just because of his knobby, long frame.
Dan Ige is not afraid of anybody. Oh, he didn't like that leg kick. Imagine having legs that long and getting them kicked. And there's not a whole lot of meat. You know? A couple of leg kicks, I would think that his leg would just break. You bash him in the side of a leg with a drinking straw.
There's a lot going on there.
He thinks Woodson would beat Lopez. I don't think so. I think that Lopez is too aggressive. And, I haven't really seen where Woodson reliably keeps people on the outside. Like, if you look at the way Ige is able to kind of break that distance issue when he's really, really behind. Woodson was saying he could box up Ilya. Well, I think that when it comes to that, I don't. I know a lot of fight fans get upset at so-called delusional takes from fighters, but remember these guys agree to let somebody lock them in a cage for 15 or 25 minutes.
Ooh, nice.
You know, like they have to have that confidence, otherwise they could lose their life. Literally, like we haven't had anybody die in MMA, but it's coming one day. Somebody will be the first.
Woodson does not seem confident in this at all.
Yeah.
It's a lot of hesitations, a lot of this shadow boxing.
A lot of it is because Ige is moving his head off the center line. So a lot of the accuracy that Woodson is known for, he's trying to get that perfect shot, that perfect pinpoint shot, but Ige keeps moving. He's showing, hands.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows that Ige is trying to blast, he's trying to close that distance. Ige is trying to find that timing. Woodson, because of the length of his limbs, he's more susceptible to counters because of how long it takes him to get back to his regular position compared to other guys who are shorter.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to give first round to Woodson, but I still think that he's in danger of being knocked out. But just based upon him doubling up on significant strikes, I'd
I
probably
was
give it
surprised
to
at the numbers.
Woodson. Yeah. But the thing is,
It didn't seem like he did that.
the accuracy numbers for Ige are going to be low because he has to throw a lot of feints to try to get Woodson in a position where he can land that overhand right.
Mm-hmm.
But
Sorry.
Woodson is ducking underneath that overhand right.
Mm-hmm.
Ige was definitely the aggressor, but he wasn't accurate and he didn't land enough times. But I don't think that he's worried about losing round one. I think he's trying to get that KO.
Are you giving them dinner ASMR?
Hmm?
Are you giving them dinner ASMR?
Believe me, I'd rather not be eating.
Oh, I think it was Jeremy. I don't know. You saw his comment.
Green beans and chicken.
It's either Jo or Jeremy. I forgot which one of them. And they were like, "We're doing WrestleMania next weekend. This is not a question."
Is UFC off next week?
No, we have UFC.
So we might have to do like a duel.
Yeah, I told them it would be a duel for Saturday, and Sunday will likely not stream. We'll just be in the chat of someone else's stream. Probably just. Oh, it was Jo.
Oh, see, he got the counter right.
He's like, we're doing a live stream. It's not a question.
Ige looks like he lost a lot more weight for this fight. Like his face looks a lot more drawn in.
No, I think Dan is still here, Polly Chaser.
He's around here somewhere. JL, we can't call every attempt to avoid getting knocked out running. EA is always going to go to decision. No, that's not true. But against a guy like Woodson, he might have to settle for it. I noticed that the short guys love to knock out tall guys. So I think that he really wants to knock out here.
Yes. Next week, Saturday the 26th, prelims start at 6.
He's in on a single leg attempt. He's gonna have to let it go. And it's crazy. He picked up his right leg, and it was just like 2 inches off. His toe was 2 inches from the ground.
Oh wait. I take that back. There is no UFC next week. No. There's no UFC next week. The next event is on the 26th.
Well, there you go. I guess we'll be here next week for a shorter show, which I guess is better for us, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, Jay. So it will be strictly a WrestleMania on Saturday.
So Joy Walking is going to have to make the thumbnail a little bit different. I think Woodson is content to frustrate his opponent into getting a decision victory.
Mm-hmm.
Ige is not really the type to be scared of anybody,
Mm-hmm.
but I wonder if he's getting frustrated because of the movement and the inability for him to consistently get shots in on his target.
Mm.
Blast double. That was a good takedown defense from Woodson. Next week should be a Bambi watch along to compensate. Oh my god! So that I can revisit my childhood trauma of Bambi's mother being killed.
Mm-hmm.
Seacan says, "Not gonna lie, I might just be watching Co and Maine." Yeah, look, Detroit. The striking actor, she's 29%. So
It says it starts at 7 p.m.
yeah, we're definitely in the realm of disappointment. Actually, it's 2 nights, so we'd be here on Saturday night and Sunday night.
Well, I wasn't sure if you wanted to do Sunday night or if you. When I said this, it was assuming that UFC was going to be on. So that's why I didn't promise for Sunday. I said that we might do Sunday, or we might just watch someone else's live stream. Sunday's up in the air. Saturdays, yes. Okay, Jay?
It looks like Ige has finally gotten frustrated.
But it's WrestleMania, so it should be done before midnight.
It will be. Probably 11 p.m. our time. It looks like Ige is frustrated. Because that's what I was worried about. I'm not worried about Ige pussying out or bitching out or being scared. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about him getting frustrated from trying to get in range of a target, and then when he finally gets in range of a target, the target sees the punch coming.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts on the Mania card? I think there's a lot of rushed storylines and a lot of fluff. And I really don't care. I think the WrestleMania build-up with John Cena and the jar of mayonnaise just has not really... I love John Cena's promos. The jar of mayonnaise had like 3/4 of a decent promo like over a week ago. The Jey Uso taking of the World Heavyweight Championship and getting the confetti rain down on them, you can see it a mile away. But it's going to be nice because I like Jey Uso. John Cena needs to go over. And this triple threat main event between CM Punk and Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
That one will probably be Sunday.
Yeah. Or Saturday. No, it's going to be the main event, so it's going to be Saturday night. They're not going to end off the whole WrestleMania card. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Ige's breaking through a little bit. Ige... He stumbled Woodson, but Woodson's going to get that head clear. He's digging to the body. Oh, he hit him with the left as he's circling away from his power. Oh, another shot to the body. Wow, look at the poker face on Woodson. Oh! That's a bad stoppage. That's a bad stoppage by the referee. That's a bad stoppage. That's a bad stoppage by the ref. Wow. Obviously, I didn't want to see Dan lose by basically, having the guy skate around the edge of the cage around them and basically playing, catch me if you can. I didn't want to see Ige lose that way. I definitely want to see Ige win. But that's a bad stoppage.
Night 1 is the Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano.
That's the build up to that's really dumb.
Naomi versus Jade. Tag team championships.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
U.S. championship. Women's championship.
Who's fighting? Who's fighting? The megastar for the belt.
Who's fighting LA Knight?
Yeah.
Jacob Fatu.
That's gonna be good. That's gonna be good.
Tiffany Stratton versus Charlotte Flair.
I don't care.
That will be a bathroom break.
That's a bathroom break.
Gunther versus Jey Uso.
Yeah.
And then they end it with the triple threat.
Yeah, that's on Saturday, right?
Yeah, that's on Saturday.
Of course.
And then night 2.
You said evil just woke me up. Bad stoppage. That is a bad stoppage, though. Jake Woodson was getting lit up, yes. That's a bad stoppage. And if me and Joe Rogan are in agreement, you can take that to the fucking bank. That was definitely a bad stoppage. I knew Dan was sitting in his rocking chair dozing off. That's fucked up.
But it sounds like he was, though.
Yeah, that's why it's so fucked up.
It sounds like a very comfy life.
David Banner trying to put Dan Jensen out to pasture.
He said, but so true.
Damn.
Nah, man, it's a sign of the good life. Dozing off in the rocking chair. You got violence playing in the background.
Oh, my God.
That's the good life, Dan.
I like that he started to dig to the body. Well, Woodson is pissed off, and I think he's got a legitimate reason. Now, I mean, was it looking bad for him?
Hell yeah. Damn it, Dan, get with it.
Was it looking bad for him? Yeah, it was looking bad for him. But that's a bad stoppage.
Alright, guys. I gotta wake up early in the morning to do race number 10. Yay. Because, I just like pain.
Oh, it's not race number 10. It's marathon race number 10. Woodson has all this reach and height and gets whooped. But no, he was controlling the fight up until the third round, Jay.
Peace out, David.
You just didn't like how he was controlling the fight.
I will see you guys for WrestleMania next Saturday.
How does Max Holloway have the most featherweight knockouts in history? That's crazy. He snuck that left hand in there. Polly Taser said good luck on the run. She doesn't need luck because she's trained very hard for years to be a marathon runner. And luck is not required in those situations when you've got
I wouldn't say no to
knowledge.
Some luck,
You've got knowledge and hard work.
take the luck though. Thank you.
I hate this post-fight. Everyone gathers up around Rogan to take a picture with him. I don't hate that. He's a legend in MMA without ever fighting in the cage. I don't have a problem with that. I just don't love, you know, his podcast anymore. That's all. Okay, if you don't win, we will be disappointed. Is that what you mean? No, I'm just saying that, you know, when hard work meets preparation, there's no need for luck. And what I said is actually what you live by, Polychaser. You know, you always say, you know, I don't care about race. I don't care about none of that stuff. I take responsibility for my own life. Well, guess what? There's not luck that they're going to suck on Trump's cock the whole... Yeah, Banner. They're gonna suck on him. Like, isn't he supposed to be like fucking up the economy somewhere? Isn't there like a tariff that he's supposed to be working on? Ugh. Ugh. Oh. Well, they're in Florida, JL. A large group of people that voted for him, he's deporting them. He has a large support base of, like, Cubans, and he's deporting them. It's crazy. Those tariffs have potential to be the best thing that's ever happened to America. Nope. I can tell you no. The tariffs are a very bad thing. Nope, not true. As a matter of fact, Polychaser, there is a man that is sitting in an El Salvadorian prison who is not illegal, who is a U.S. citizen, who is mistakenly deported, and the Trump administration doesn't want to bring the American back to the United States where he belongs. He wants to leave him there in an El Salvadorian prison. So, yeah. I thought Dana said this is a sport, not politics. It's only a sport and not politics when it's somebody that they don't agree with. If it is someone that they do agree with, all of a sudden, politics is okay in sports. Like, nobody wanted to see Colin Kaepernick kneel in support of those who have been abused and had their rights infringed upon by police officers. Nobody wanted politics then. But when it came to chanting, "Let's go, Brandon," well, we need to make sure we get our politics in sports when we agree. So politics is okay in sports as long as the opinion is right wing. But if the opinion doesn't agree with the right wing, then we need to leave politics out of sports. Well, Polychaser, I really wish that we could give you Trump for your country and let him destroy your country. And maybe you'll be happy that your country is being destroyed by somebody you like. But I don't want my country destroyed by any politician. So, I mean, if that's your thing, do your thing. But I don't want any guy that is destroying my economy and our country's military alliances. So I don't want a president that is making enemies worldwide and making me poorer. So if you want Trump as your president, oh, please, I wish we could give him to you. And maybe you'll celebrate as your country is being destroyed because you like the guy destroying your country. And I think that, like, maybe that's the best thing, right? Maybe that's the best thing. I think that the people who loves the guy that destroying their country, they'll feel better about their country being destroyed. But for me, I don't like any politician. So I understand everything that you're saying, Travis. It's actually not true. And not only is it not true, if Trump actually wanted to use tariffs to bring manufacturing back to the United States, he would be leveling a tariff of more than 100% on every country in the world. The problem with that is that destroys the wealth of people that already are living in the United States for an economic future where you're not relying on manufacturing from other countries that you might see the benefit from 20 or 25 years from now. But in the meantime, in the 20 or 25 years that it would take to actually get manufacturing going here in the United States, you will have destroyed the economy, and every middle class and working class citizen, you would have made them all destitute by the time you can get to this utopia-like economic system. So the tariffs that are being levied, except for everybody except for China, because China is the only tariff that would be a smart move to make if you want to bring manufacturing back to the United States. But the tariffs of 10 to 25% only serve to have for-profit corporations and companies pass the extra costs onto the consumer, because the American worker costs a lot more to hire than somebody in Bangladesh, Vietnam, China, India. So even if you level a 25% tariff, that is not going to be high enough to make a company change the entire way that they do business, to completely rewire their supply chains on the fly when the supply chains are already very, the supply chains are just not very stable as it is. So you're going to be asking companies to lose trillions of dollars for 2 decades to finally get a factory going again in the United States 20 years from now. You'll never get to that place of prosperity. You'll never get there. The country will have already imploded on itself and had a civil war before you get to that utopia. So, you know. So, the tariffs that Trump paused, he didn't pause them because they worked. He paused them because the conservatives that put him in the White House said, no. You don't really understand the world economy. You don't really understand the world economy, and you're costing us trillions of dollars. And you're driving up inflation. So we need you to stop and rework whatever your plan is to try to bring back manufacturing to the United States. But here's the deal. It's going to take at least 10 years to successfully rework the supply chain to have everything made inside the United States, and the products that are going to be made in America are still going to be lower quality than foreign and cost exponentially more. So we have a federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. To bring manufacturing back to the United States, you're going to have to pay way more to get people to work those factory jobs. And in order for the companies to meet their burden of their fiduciary burden of bringing profits to their shareholders, an iPhone that costs $800, the bottom tier, iPhone that costs $800 is going to cost $2,400. Consumers are not going to spend that money for a low grade iPhone. So either way you slice it, Apple lost $640 billion of its market cap and is not likely to get it back because everybody sees the writing on the wall. So Trump had to stop what he was doing because too many people were complaining about it. And when I'm talking about too many people, I'm talking about too many of the correct people were whining about it. So he had to back off. So Polychaser makes a good point, though. Imagine Harris as president. Oh, my Lord. That would just be a different person destroying the country in a different way. So I did not want Harris to win. But in my opinion, I really was hoping that Trump would just be happy to be in the White House and then not actively destroy the economy. So I don't like, all of the deportation stuff. I don't like all of it. I like some of it. I don't like all of it. But my main problem with Trump is his insistence on destroying military and economic allyship with countries that we need if we are not to have the other shoe drop on us decades sooner than it actually would happen. So the United States have sown so much enmity between itself and the rest of the world for the last 130 years of manifest destiny and imperialism that I don't think that we can afford to not have the allies that we do. We can't turn Europe against us. We can't turn Japan against us or Korea. We can't afford to not have allies in these places. So it really puts us in a bad position, especially when you have countries that have real bones to pick with our political leadership. And then the thing is, when terrorists go to exact their revenge on our government, who do they exact their revenge against? The common people. I mean, if you believe that the U.S. government is not responsible for 9/11, if you believe that, if you believe some random Egyptians who are easily identifiable with very neatly stacked passports that fell very convenient in the middle of a Manhattan street to identify the attackers so perfectly, if you believe that, then you've got foreigners that are committing acts of terror, but they're not committing acts of terror against the White House. They did it against the World Trade Center. When you get your mass shooter, your white male mass shooter, are they mass shooting the politicians, the liberals or the conservatives? No. They're taking out random ass innocent people in schools and in movie theaters and community centers. So I just don't think that it's a really good position that Trump is putting the country in. And fuck all of the social stuff, all the hateful things that he says, all of the quasi racist stuff that he gets involved with. I don't care about any of that stuff. The two things that I don't want is him destroying the economy and destroying a military allyship with other nations. And he is actively doing both. And that scares the shit out of me. So, you know, I know that Trump is preferred by certain people because he says all the racist things that they are not allowed to say in public because then they would lose their jobs and lose their standing in community. And, you know, he hates all the people that they hate that they can't talk about, So I get it. I get it. You like Trump because he expresses hate for the people you hate. Okay. I don't care about that anymore. I stopped caring about that a long time ago. My main focus is military allyship and the world economy and not fucking it up and driving up my cost of living and destroying people's 401ks. That's what I care about. Oh, and letting people in the private sector, billionaires, become unelected presidents of the country. I have a problem with that. Other than that, you can have whatever the fuck you want. You know? The economy is only temporarily destroyed until other countries renegotiate. They're forced to eventually renegotiate because they cannot win a trade war against the world's largest. Nope. They can, and they will. Do you know what they do? They pass the cost on to the consumer. Do you think these companies give a flying fuck about these fucking tariffs other than the fact that it fucks with the valuations in the stock market? That's the only thing that they care about. They don't really care about none of the rest of that shit. Once they establish what the tariffs are going to be, they're just going to raise prices of the products, and basically the government just added a new tax. The companies are never going to absorb the punishment. The consumers absorb the punishment. It's just not good. It's not good. And it's really disappointing that people will never look at things rationally when it comes to Donald Trump. Either they hate Trump for reasons that don't really exist or not enough reasons to hate him, or they're loving him no matter what he does to make their life worse. And I prefer to live in a world where people are looking at these things rationally and calling people to account whether the person in power is their favorite politician or somebody that they hate. And I will tell you this right now, and I'm looking at you, Travis. If Biden was the one doing all of this shit, you would be calling for him to be impeached and executed if Biden was doing this shit. But because it's Trump destroying the economy, it's okay. That I don't like. I don't give a fuck who's destroying the country. I'm not happy about it. I don't care who is driving up an inflationary environment to make a tough economy even worse. I don't care who's doing it. I don't like it. But I had to sit through 4 years of people complaining about Bidenomics because of inflation that was caused by the policies of the Trump administration the first time because of COVID. So all the PPP loans and all of that shit was passed by the Trump administration in 2020, but we got the punishment for it in the next presidency, and then we blamed that president for it. And then when gas prices went up because Russia decided to invade Ukraine, you blamed Biden for the high gas prices. But you're fine when Trump drives up the prices of every single thing in the country. This is why I don't really, a lot of the times, if I can't get a rational response where people are willing to hold their favorite politician accountable, I don't even have the discussion. I had to listen to 4 years of people complaining about higher prices due to Bidenomics. Trump, in one fell swoop, got rid of trillions of dollars of shareholder value and drove up prices across the board. And I got to hear, no, this is actually a good thing. Come on, man. I can't buy it. I also want to put this on the record that I've always thought J.D. Vance would be a better president. J.D. Vance is one of the worst human beings on planet Earth. I would so much rather have Donald Trump as president than J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is the same as Kamala Harris. Neither of them have any moral fiber. They don't have anything that they stand on. They just want power at the expense of anybody. I would infinitely rather have Donald Trump as president than J.D. Vance. Don't wish that into existence, Travis. You don't want that world. You don't want a world. You don't want a world with J.D. Vance as president. You do not want that. Tim Walz is another guy who's spineless. Sinai says, I'm just trying to watch Volk knock this man Diego out. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think Diego Lopes, and I think that you get some of these South American guys and some of these Mexican guys, they just refuse to be knocked out. They just refuse to be knocked out. So I don't know if I agree with that. I just don't. Diego is shitty, bro. I can't lie. Shifty. Yeah, Diego, not only is he a really intelligent fighter, but the dude is tough as fucking nails, man. Travis, JD Vance is not moderate. JD Vance changes his opinion to match those that are going to allow him to get the power that he craves. He's not a moderate. He's a chameleon. I disagree with Trump on probably 50% of things. It's 50-50. Me disagreeing with Trump on some things. I don't agree or disagree with anything J.D. Vance has to say because J.D. Vance doesn't have an opinion. He doesn't have a platform. He doesn't have any code that he stands by. His code is personal enrichment and power grab. Whatever gets him that, that's what he's going to go with. That's why you don't want him as president. Trust me, you want Trump way more than you want J.D. Vance. Trust me. Trust me. You don't want J.D. Vance as president because he doesn't stand for anything. Two things I really hated that they pivoted away from Bianca with Jade. No one cares about Naomi, and I hate them making Io the champion randomly and bringing her into the dream match of Rhea and Bianca. I agree with that 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. Like, once they brought Io Sky in there and took the belt off of Rhea Ripley the way that they did, I checked out. I don't care. I don't care about the match. Io Sky has about as much personality as Cody Rhodes. Anyways, agree to disagree, but Nikita is about to KO Reyes. That's probably the lock. That is the lock. That and we know Reyes is going to be looking like Gumby when he gets knocked out. He's going to look mad funny when he gets knocked out. Now, would I prefer that Dominic Reyes won the fight? Yes. Yeah, that's probably the only thing that I'll level with you on, Polly Chaser. Not only is the UK just destroying free speech, which is supposed to be free and, you know, a representative democracy, but now they are actively trying to force companies that, like, you know, tech companies, to give them electronic backdoors to break down encryption so that they can spy on everybody in the world, not just the people in the UK, but everybody in the world. And I think that that is disgusting. And I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna talk about that anymore. Oh, straight right. Dominic Reyes almost knocked out Krylov with a jab. If they get a double KO, I'm going to laugh so hard. If they both knock each other out at the same time, I'm ending the stream. Because I will not be able to host the rest of the show. I will just laugh so fucking hard. Yeah, like Minority Report. Yeah, yeah, Polly Chaser, I'm aware of that. I think it's disgusting. But I'm going to leave it at that. For legal reasons, I'm going to leave it at that. Let's change the subject on that, Polly Chaser. We don't want to talk about that too much. Trust me. Trust me, leave it at that. Yeah, but for legal protection reasons, we wanna curb our discussion about the state of freedom of speech in the United Kingdom. So I want to switch gears. But I'm trying to see who's going to get knocked out first. Because Dominic Reyes obviously still has power in those hands. I thought for sure that he was about to get his head bounced off the pavement off the canvas. Oh, somebody! You ruined it for me. Oh, he killed him! You ruined it, Banner. Yo, Gumby! I was hoping that Gumby was gonna win, but I didn't see it happening. Wow. 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 Tough Gumby, new legendary fighter. Oh, man. Let me go back and... because I definitely am behind. So I'm going to restart my stream. Does Krylov have no jaw? Does Krylov just have no jaw? Because he got dazed by a Gumby Reyes jab. David ruined it. Thanks, David. We were all wrong. We were all wrong. Boom with the left! And he... well, I'm not going to use that. I'm not going to use that joke because it definitely is too soon. But, Wow. No, David. Krylov did the chicken dance off of a jab, David. Did you not see that, David? Did you not see the chicken dance that Krylov did, catching a right straight, a jab? Holy hell. Everybody's wrong on that pick. No, the chicken dance. Oh, and Banner, when you're talking about the finish, that left hook was on Reyes' back foot. It was moving backwards. Reyes was flat-footed on his heels when he knocked him out.
Enjoy this. One more and then a title. That's all I'm saying. One more and a title. Let's go. Well, enjoy this, Dominic. It was a pleasure to call your fight. Thank you, sir. Dominic Reyes, ladies and gentlemen.
Tom Reyes with the pull two in Miami to get the knockout of 8th-ranked Nikita Krylov as he spoils Krylov's return to the octagon. And if you did have Dominic Reyes by knockout, plus 300 is the payout on DraftKings Sportsbook. Congratulations if that was your proposition play tonight. Man, even for celebs, this was a hard ticket tonight. There's the decorated former UFC champion, the Phenom, Vitor Belfort, also with us tonight. The budding middleweight contender. Nice pop for the Brazilian, Caio Borralho. Also with us tonight, Triple C, the former Triple C champion.
Yeah, I didn't want to chew in you guys' ear. Again, C-Can, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you when it comes to Io Sky and Bianca Belair. 100%. I just really wish that they'd stop deep-throating Trump. Just stop. I understood the hype in the beginning, but just like Nakamura, they just don't, they don't make the impact. They don't make the impact. That they're Japanese, you know, Nakamura's strong style. You know, they have like these intricate face paints and they try to show, you know, this great depth of you know, characters, you know, Shinigami type stuff. And you know, you'll see Nakamura come out in, samurai garb, but his wrestling moves don't look impactful. He really cannot speak English very well. Very much. He just cannot speak English very well. And I think that they had him lose for so long. And he doesn't connect with the crowd. And then they just randomly put the U.S. title on him. I'm just like, come on, man. Secan says, I'm kind of tired of Rhea being so dominant as well, where she just comes out and beats 30 people up. I'll disagree with you on that. I think that she is one of the very few redeeming characters in the women's division. Dominic Mysterio's girlfriend, I forget her name. She's worth watching, but the rest of the women's division is like... Yeah, Rhea Ripley was in the crowd, Polychaser. They showed her at this event. Raquel should have been booked as Rhea version of Kane, but they made Raquel too weak. She doesn't really have a whole lot of personality that I care about, and she's really not that physically attractive either. I mean, I know that they want to bring in this new era of women's wrestling where, everybody, loves the fact that they wrestle and they don't do bra and panty matches anymore and all of that stuff, right? But, they could have been Kane and Taker. The female version, obviously, I would like them to have their own spin on that. I really don't like the fact that we're looking for the 2.0 versions of wrestlers from the Attitude Era. The wrestlers from the Attitude Era were not dressed up versions of and stealing moves of guys that came before them. They created their own characters. They got over organically. They had their own finishers. And I just think that they call Rhea the new China. I don't see it either. Yeah, but I just don't I don't like this whole thing of like passing one wrestler's gimmick on to somebody else. I didn't like the Ronda Rousey, trying to be the next Roddy Piper. You know what I mean? I know that he wanted to put somebody over before he died of cancer. I get that. But, I mean, I just don't think that's... I want everybody to create their own character that's their own. I don't like them coming out and following these WWE PG scripts, and they've got like these canned responses. They want a white man as champion, whether he's boring or not. Cody Rhodes is the worst version of John Cena ever, and they just throw him out there so that they can have a marketable white face, and he has the charisma and character of Hellman's mayonnaise. He is absolutely the most boring face of WWE that has ever existed. We didn't like it when Roman Reigns was being shoved down our throats. Pause. We didn't like it when John Cena was being shoved down our throats. Pause. You know, people, I guess they did like, you know, the whole Hulkamania running wild until he outed himself as a racist. But you have LA Knight, who is white, who has more charisma and knows how to move the crowd. They relegated him to the mid card. LA Knight should be the face of WWE. I want a midget champ in a wheelchair. That would be funny. Yeah, Hornswoggle is the GOAT. Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. It's the little bastard. I liked it better when they were calling him the little bastard. R-Truth got more charisma than Cody, let's be honest. I mean, it oodles of it. It's not even close. If you missed it, I wanted Rhea versus Dom or Rhea versus Liv. Those two stories felt incomplete. No. I don't want any male versus female. I don't want any male versus female because I don't want any male versus female because we do too much of this one-way violence thing where we make it socially acceptable for women to do violence against men, and then men are supposed to just take it. And the way that storyline went with Rhea Ripley and Dominic Mysterio, it would have been more one-way female-on-male violence to elevate women above men. Whereas if that man would defend himself, he's now the devil. So no. Travis says, "Thank God Trump's putting it in." I don't think Trump is strong enough to put an end to the wokeism. Now, I am a woke person, meaning that I am very politically aware and socio-politically aware, but I am not a wokeist. And that was one of the things I was hoping that with Trump being president, that we can finally get rid of the demonization of straight white men, get rid of the demonization of straight men. I just think that the left has devolved into such idiocy that I have a tough time believing that anybody can stop this whole, pushing transgenderism on children, pushing, different lifestyles on kids, trying to force people to go against what their eyes tell them and what they know to be true. I would love it if Trump was powerful enough to get rid of that. I just don't think I just don't think it. Yeah, ban biological males from any female sport, 100%. And here's the thing about that. I know I'm preaching to the choir because I know every single one of you is going to agree with me on this. And I'm not saying this because I know you're going to agree with me, but this is just my perspective on it. If transgenders in sports were so great, then why don't we have trans men destroying men in men's sports. Like, if we had trans men coming into men's sports and dominating, then I could accept the whole trans women in women's sports. I could accept that. But they want to tell me that there are no differences, but they can't point to the inverse being equally as true. So I'm a type of person that believes and keep that same energy. And the liberals, the extreme liberals, I can't say the liberals because there are quite a few reasonable liberals out there. They're mostly silent and complicit right now, but they exist. If you can't show me trans men dominating men to say that there are no biological differences between men and women, if you can't show me where that's happening, then everything falls flat on its face. Why is it that all of the records are being broken by males, but biological females ain't going in and destroying men in any sport anywhere? Why do people love Trump so much? I don't follow politics, but they act like he's God. I explained that earlier, C-Can. Trump says a lot of hateful things to get the people who are frustrated with the liberals. He says all of the things that hateful people, and not just hateful people, but also people who have been socially or socio-politically frustrated. He says all the things that they wish that they could say but can't because they would lose their jobs or they would lose their standing in the university system, you know, in the continued education, the higher education system. He openly expresses hate against groups of people that have been shouted down. Openly expresses hate against groups of people that the racial majority has been wanting to express themselves, but there's just too much risk. So he got them on board with him by saying all the things they can't say in public, and then went in there and did a power grab. And he relied on populism to get him in the White House so that he can enrich himself and other billionaires. So as long as he's saying what middle class, working class, and especially poor white people can't say in public, as long as he gives him that, they're going to worship him even as he destroys their country. They're going to worship him. But he doesn't care about any of them. He doesn't care about a single Trump voter, not a single one. He doesn't give a flying fuck about any one of them if they're not in the billionaire class. Trump has been very consistent about his love and his reverence for super rich people and his disdain for people in the working class. He's been very clear on that, and he has not deviated from that in 50 years. He's been consistent. But when it comes to the poor, hardworking, socially downtrodden, working class, middle class white person that really just wants people to stop calling them racist simply for disagreeing with them, now those people have been socially abused by the radical left for so long that they don't even care about being reasonable. They're like, fuck it. I would rather our guy burn the country down than to have to kowtow to these annoying ass ultra radical liberals trying to teach my kid how to be the other gender. So it's really just a lot of really frustrated people. And they're going to worship him no matter what he does. No matter what he says, they're going to worship him. Because at least he's not the other people who are telling us that our eyes are lying to us, and that woman over there, that woman that we clearly can see has a 5 o'clock shadow, they're calling that a woman. And they're saying that I'm wrong because I identified them accurately as a man. And I dared to disagree with a black person on a subject that has nothing to do with race. So I disagreed with them. Now I'm a racist. They got tired of that from 8 years of Obama. They got tired of being socially abused. And then some guy comes along and says the things that they want to hear. And now it does not matter what he does. It doesn't matter what he does. They're going to worship him whether he destroys their lives or not. And I can't get with that. I can't get with that. So that's just, what it was. Yeah, it's funny. Trump tried to garner favor with the Democrats in the 1990s, in the 80s and 90s. And that's mainly because Democrats were in power in the places that he was trying to do business. He was trying to do a lot of business in southern New Jersey, and he was trying to do a lot of real estate business here in New York City long before Trump lovers ever knew he existed. Most people who are undying loyalty to Donald Trump don't even know who the fuck he is. The first time they ever heard of Donald Trump is on The Apprentice on NBC in the 2000s. That's when they first heard of Donald Trump. They didn't know anything about him prior to that. Now, I live in a city where he has staked a reputation for the last 50 years. And he has a long track record of racism and classism and really just doing really nasty, underhanded, unethical business. Which is why he is a pariah in New York City. But he's been a pariah for decades before he went into politics because of his own actions and the way that he treats people. So, if you have to ask me for evidence of my claims when they're well documented and they are celebrated by Donald Trump himself, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Trump is very proud of his record. And he has not denied anything that I said. But that's fine. I'm for me, like, I'm just watching the world kind of as a spectator. But Trump has now drawn my ire because now he's actively fucking with my economic situation. So I could ignore, because most presidents, they don't really affect your life day to day. But when you are actively destroying economic and military alliances for the country, now that is directly affecting me. So it says I am not from the. Oh, my bad, Polychaser. That's my bad. I know that you're not from America. Damn. I would probably say you can go to Trump's Wikipedia page and go back to his beginning. Go back to, because he's been in politics for like the last 15 or so years. Because he wasn't really talking about running for president until like 2013. So it's been about 12, 13 years that he's started to like really get into politics prominently, you need to look into the 35 years prior to when he got into politics. And a lot of that stuff is well documented. There's all kinds of articles in the newspapers, full page advertisements that he took out, trying to advocate for the execution of the Central Park Five after they were exonerated, and it was proven that the allegations of them were untrue. He was still calling for them to be executed. He took out a full page advertisement in the New York Daily News trying to get them killed after it was proven that he didn't do what was claimed that they did. So that's just the most prominent thing that always sticks in my mind. Yeah, it's really messed up, man. But for me, like, you know, everything is in the past and Trump is the president. So as far as I sit, I want the best possible outcome while he's in the White House. So I want everything to go well while Trump is the president. If I can honestly sit here and say that Donald Trump is the best president of all time, then I'll begrudgingly admit that he is the best president of all time if things go right while he is in the White House. As long as, you know, as long as he you know, has the policies that make my life better, and he can if he could actually stop the wokeism, if he could stop the wokeism, I would be so happy. I would be so happy, you know? But he's fucking with the economy, and it's making my life harder actively. And you know, I have a problem with it, you know? But I would rather him be, if we could say that he was the best president ever, I would be really fucking happy. Because I want every president to be the best president ever. That's what I want. But Polychaser, I have to tell you my opinion. I don't think any world leader is doing a good job. I don't think any of them are. Not a single one. Oh yeah, Biden is a notorious racist too, Polychaser. Absolutely. Oh yeah, Biden. And the way that the left tried to like make him seem like a champion of like liberalism, so fucking gross. Ugh, so gross. The guy in El Salvador, as far as him being fantastic, ooh man, I'm really I'm on the fence on that one. I'm on the fence on that one. I don't have, because on one end he got rid of the murders and the violence and the drugs like that. But there's also a human rights issue that's there. So I'm on the fence on that one, Polychaser. I have not really kind of like, I haven't really developed a one way or the other, but I also think that it's impossible to have the positive impact that he's had without some of those human rights abuses. But when you think about some of the guys that are in the El Salvadorian prisons, right? Like, a lot of those guys deserve worse. But they got a lot of guys in those El Salvadorian prisons that are not actually in gangs at all. And the quota system that they have for the national police is just not a good thing. So for me, I would love to just be like, that guy in El Salvador has got it, did it the right way, right? But there are too many human rights abuses for me to just look at it and be like, human rights abuses and innocent people being targeted. It's too much for me to just ignore all the things that he's done. It's too much to ignore. There's too many eggs broken to make the omelet, is what I'm saying. So that's why I'm on the fence. I don't hold a negative view of the El Salvadorian president. They call him the benevolent dictator. But dictators are just inherently bad. Dictators are bad. You know, they call him the benevolent dictator, but I can't ignore some of the negatives. I just can't. Xenon says reading Donald Trump's book illustrates it a lot. It's basically him being willing to fuck with the New York City government to monetize real estate. You also say, I just want Trump to be out now. Very little of what he is doing improves my life outside of not saying that I should be treated badly. I have to kind of agree with that, you know? And Polychaser, over 90% approval is really hard for me to argue. It's really hard for me to argue with that. You know, a lot of people have been talking about how they can finally go outside during the day and not get, you know, extorted or having them snatch up their young sons to force them into gangs and all of that. Like I said, like, I the concept itself, I really do like. The implementation, they crack too many eggs, in my opinion, for me to really be comfortable with what is happening there completely. That's all I'm saying. And I agree with that. I agree with that. As long as you can understand where I'm coming from on that, as long as you can understand where I'm coming from on that, then I think that yeah! Get subbed! You racist piece of shit! Get subbed, you piece of shit! Yeah, Polychaser, I don't have a problem with your opinion on that whatsoever. Like I said, I am just on the fence. I cannot ignore human rights abuses, and let me tell you this. You know what? Let me backtrack on that because I have to think about it a little bit more. I can forgive the human rights abuses as long as there are no innocent people that are in there suffering. As long as every single person that went into the prison are actually real gang members. But that's not the case, you know? It's not the case. I think each individual should have a fair trial. And that's not happening, Polychaser. That's not happening there. And like I told you, and this is something that the National Police is actually complaining about, right? The National Police are actively putting arrest quotas on every cop, and bad things will happen to them if they don't arrest a certain number of people. So they're going out there and they're just snatching up any young man that they can find and say, look, I got my arrest quota. I made my quota. And I just think that, like, you need to be able to say, okay, we got the gang members, we cleared the streets. Let's stop doing this. And they're going so far beyond that, you know, and it's kind of like the liberals. Like, I liken it to liberalism, right? The liberals had some real gripes with the way that certain undesirables in the United States were being treated, right? They had some real gripes. But the thing is, after they had the gripes addressed, they kept fighting for more and fighting for more and fighting for more until their original worthy cause became perverted. What's going on in El Salvador right now is very, very similar in that they started out doing everything that needed to be done to protect the people, and instead of stopping there, they continued to arrest more and more people, you know, fabricating, you know, gang ties that don't exist just so that they can meet their arrest quotas. That's bad, man. That's bad. Why is the UFC keeping Bryce Holland and Bobby Green there? You mean, not Bryce, I can't remember his first name right now. I see his face. Kevin Holland. That's who you're talking about. Kevin Holland and Bobby Green are willing to fight at a moment's notice, and both of those fighters will sign the contract for any fight, and they have exciting fighting styles. They are not afraid to get knocked out. They're not going to do lay and pray. They're going to go out there and they're going to take a chance and bet on themselves, and they raise the entertainment value of every fight that they're in, regardless of whether they're winning or losing. And that's why they continue to get fights and get their deals extended. I mean, Kevin Holland fought 7 times in a 12-month span. Kevin Holland doesn't give a fuck. He is a company man. Xenon says, I would like it if the El Salvadorian president had a plan to remove any innocents from the prisons as fast as possible. Yeah. We have one who is a United States citizen who was sent there accidentally, but Trump wants to keep him there. So he's sitting in a prison suffering from human rights abuses when he's an American citizen with no gang ties. I think here in the West, we overlook the victims way too much and treat criminals as if they are all salvageable and victims. The reason for that, Polychaser, and the reason why we cannot go away from that is because at any point, the government can decide that you are a criminal without due process. So that's why you have to treat criminals with dignity, not because they deserve dignity, but because anybody can be labeled a criminal dependent on what the regime that's in power says is a criminal. So when you advocate for criminals not to get their constitutional rights, you are actually setting the tone. You are making your bed for, in the future, someone who doesn't agree with the way you living your life, criminalizing it and then treating you that way. So that's why we always have to have a standard. It's not about the criminal. It's about the fact that anybody could be labeled a criminal under any circumstance. And we have to have that standard of ethical treatment. We have to have it. As far as you're talking about three strikes, the three strikes policies, when it comes to violent crime, I generally support three strikes policies, generally speaking. Not in every case, but you know, you get these guys who are doing life in prison on the installment plan. If you just can't stop committing crimes, then just stay in prison. You know? I noticed they always put Viola Davis in masculine roles, but not Kerry Washington. Well, Viola Davis is typecasted. You lived it, so I'm asking you, Evil, was Sunny WWF was popular? Was Sunny WWF that popular in real time? I don't know what you're asking me. Sure, I'm not saying I'm in favor of indiscriminate sentencing. Like I said, I do desire fair trial. I agree with you. But some people are just evil and trouble. Hey, I'll go a step further, Polychaser. I believe that if you committed a super violent crime and it has proven, like, with DNA and witness and video, I think that there should be an execution chamber right there in the court. And I'm not talking about circumstantial evidence. I'm not talking about, somebody that was convicted on just eyewitness testimony. I'm talking about like the holy trinity of, slam dunk cases where there's DNA and eyewitness and video testimony. If you went and did some super evil thing, they should just old yeller you. Why are we spending our tax dollars on you? But the reason why we don't have that in the United States is because the Innocence Project is a real thing. And the Innocence Project continues to keep finding that people who have been sentenced to death did not commit the crimes that they were accused of and then sentenced to death for. So there are so many errors in our capital punishment system that you can't just old yeller people right after their trial. So, like I said, I have some controversial views that might be even more, on your side than you are. But I also understand why we can't just go out there and just do whatever. We can't just, imprison certain people based on this or execute certain people based on that. There's a reason why we can't do that, all right, so when you're talking about Sunny, I thought Sunny died, but maybe I think she might have been in prison for, did she have like a drunk driving conviction? Let me see why Sunny is in prison, because I think she ended the lives of somebody. She has some big old fake titties though, so that's not really my thing. DUI manslaughter, driving with a suspended license causing injuries or death. Penalty 17 years in prison. She was married to Chris Candido, whose his in-ring name was Skip, and he is deceased. He died from pneumonia brought on by acute surgery. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so she she has a drunk driving, and yeah. Oh man.
Wow, she has a lot. She has a long rap sheet. March 2022, she was involved in a fatal car crash that killed a 75-year-old man. And, you know, her blood alcohol content was 3.5 times the legal limit. So, yeah, she's scheduled to be released in December 2039. Good God. Has Hollywood for sure killed the damsel in distress character for good, and why? For good, probably not. But the why is radical feminism. And they're trying to push this the future is female narrative pretty hard. And they want to start with fiction to try to push the narrative that girls and women are just as powerful in all the ways that men are powerful, to try to change society's perception of women, to give them equality but also special treatment at the same time. So, like, you know, but the thing is, you know, those narratives always fail because the majority of women don't agree with not getting special treatment. So the radical feminists want to push the narrative, but the thing is that women love to be powerful when there's no danger. Women love to be in positions of responsibility when everything is hunky-dory and going well. But when things are not going well, that, you know, women love being in the United States military when there's no war to be found, when they're not on the front lines. You know, they want to be known as, you know, oh yeah, you know, I'm an Army Ranger. I want to be a Navy SEAL. I want to be, you know, I want to be this. I want to be that. But then when we actually end up in World War III, and then you end up risking being captured by the enemy, and we know what enemies use as a tool in war, and you know, it has to do specifically with women. All of a sudden we don't want equality anymore. I mean, have you guys seen all of the TikToks and all the stuff on social media about equality, but then when they hear that World War III might happen, all of a sudden they want to get back in the kitchen? You know? Why does Hollywood want to make the woman not need a man in newer movies and television shows? Yeah, because they want to sell the narrative of independent women. And I hate to tell you this, but a large part has to do with the fact that they want to separate men and women from each other to create more individual households with household budgets. So not only do you get more individual people having to purchase more goods and services independent of each other, but when you have men and women in the same workplace vying for the same jobs, employers can keep wages down. A lot of people don't know this, but the second wave feminist agenda did not care about equality in the workplace. They were co-opted by, let's just say, people in the corporate realm of the country. And they wanted them to think that being strong and independent would be good, so that these women would go for the same jobs that men would go for. And instead of having to pay out high salaries and benefits to a man who would normally lead the household and bring his money home for his wife to spend, they not only create more households, but they created a workforce that has now magically doubled in size. So you took a
workforce or a market. You took a laborer's market that was favorable towards the worker, especially coming out of World War II, when many of our men died and many men in Europe died. Well, the people who are left that alive, you have to pay them more money in order to get them to work for your company, because your company lost a whole bunch of guys in the war and you still need to run your company. Well, now it's an employee's market. The powers that be in the 1960s kind of put it in their ear. Yeah, you want to be strong and independent. You don't need a man. And then the women are like, whoa, you're telling us we're powerful and we don't need structure. We don't need anybody to protect us or tell us what to do. Oh, wow, we don't. Yeah, I want to go out there and compete with men in the workplace. So now the employer doesn't have a pool of 15 people to choose from to fill 10 jobs. Now they've got 33 people to fill 10 jobs. So instead of the employer having to compete for the services of the American worker, and that means paying them and giving them more benefits, now men are competing with the women instead of cooperating with the women. And not only do you get the wages being artificially suppressed by a huge injection of competition in the workplace, but then also you make sure that the men and the women live in separate homes. So now you need more housing so that they can live separately, so that you can profit from both of them individually. So I'll put it to you like this. You go to the grocery store, you buy a gallon of milk for your family. Well, if you don't have a family, you have to buy a gallon of milk for yourself, and she has to buy a gallon of milk. So now they can sell 2 gallons of milk where they only sold 1. That's more profit. They have to go out and rent apartments of their own. Well, she's got her own place to live. He's got his own place to live. There's not enough because society wasn't built for independent women and independent men. Society wasn't built for that. So now it drives up the cost of housing, drives up the cost of education, drives up the cost of food, drives up the cost of goods and services. And you get to keep wages down. So you just profit. But now the chickens are coming home to roost, because now we are not reproducing in a way that will keep more workers for the next generation. So you know what the corporations are doing? There's like, yo, we got AI and robots. We don't need y'all. We're going to continue to keep profiting. And we will profit our way until modern living is completely destroyed, because we're not able to reproduce at a level to keep society going. Yeah, Polychaser's right on the injection of radical liberalism into the higher education, into the higher education system, and then you can use that as a driver to put your ideologies out there for your own benefit, for your own power. Even exercise coaches need an exercise coach. Yep, that is true. This, combined with the sexual liberation and extreme feminism, is a recipe. Well, the thing is, we need to actually experience the disaster for society to admit that it's a fucking disaster. Much like the Trump presidency. So a lot of us are just kind of along for the ride, and people are going to have to see for themselves that these radical movements of the radical right and the radical left are destroying the country simultaneously. Patricio Pitbull is fighting for the first time in the UFC, and it is a mountain of a It is a mountain of a challenge fighting Yair Rodriguez, he's very, very tough mentally, and he's damn near a master of the 8 limbs. So, having Pitbull in the UFC, it just kind of feels right. Him and his brother, to be honest with you, it just kind of feels right, in my opinion. And I'm really sad that Bellator and PFL basically ran both organizations into the ground. But I will say this, as much as I'm happy that Patricio Pitbull is in the UFC, I'm watching the first 2 minutes of this fight with Yair Rodriguez, and I am reminded that my preconceptions about Bellator fighters, more often than not, is proven true. Bellator level MMA, forget compensation packages and Dana White, being a dictator and the whole bit. Bellator champions will find it very difficult to stay in the top 10 or the top 15 in the UFC. And I'm watching Yair against Pitbull, who is a Bellator legend. And for the first 3 minutes of this fight, it doesn't look like Patricio belongs in the same cage with Yair Rodriguez. And this guy is a multiple time defending champion of Bellator. And it just feels like your champion there is an 11th or 13th ranked. Oh, wow. That Yair Rodriguez is so slick. Pitbull is this close to getting knocked out. He's this close. And the only thing that he's doing right now is congratulating Yair on whooping his ass. That's all he's doing. It was inevitable for them to survive when Dana White has an MMA monopoly going on, yeah. Bellator did pay better, but they didn't have the talent level. You're right about that, Vex. This is why I say that the rot is so deep in councils and overall decision making that nothing but a reset can fix it. That will not be pleasant. We are in agreement on that, Polychaser. We are in agreement. There's no way that we can get society to go back to balance without really horrible things happening to a lot of people. Now, I'm very selfish. I want the revolution to happen after I'm gone. Not while I'm still here. Too little, too late for you to win the round, Patricio. Too little, too late. He's looking at the referee while the guy is hitting him with strikes from the bottom. Like, what are you looking at the referee for? I can't wait to hear Down Under play. Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Xenon says, I want the revolution to happen when I'm feeling better at least. No. As soon as you finally get the life that you have been wanting, then all of it is gone, and then you got to go through all of what happens with either world or civil war? No. Thing one had to go to bed because she's running a marathon, and I have to actually get up at 4:30 in the morning to drive her to where she needs to go to so she can go to her race. and Bryce Mitchell got choked the fuck out. I think some European countries might already be too far and in trouble if the demographic changes. No, they don't need demographic changes to have bad things happen. They just need the fear mongering of the demographic changes to send you back to Nazism. They only need the fear of it. Better than if I'm still having... You're going to have a whole lot more of the neck issues if we have a civil war or world war, Xenon. You're going to... The neck issues are going to be, like, non-existent to you when compared to all the problems that you'll... Silva dominated him. Silva made him look like he didn't belong in the UFC. He was like, no, I didn't kick your cup. Silva toyed with him in the cage. Pause. Silva is a fucking monster, Vex. He is a monster. You know, Bryce Mitchell is a flashy BJJ guy, but I don't even know if his BJJ is up to the level of the fighting nerds. I don't think so. Reyes made Nikita Krylov look like he had no chin. He made Krylov do the chicken dance off a jab. Yair Rodriguez is jabbing with a high kick. Oh, he just missed the timing. Sorry for the off-topic conversation, guys. Hope we are not annoying. I mean, you know, people are allowed to say whatever they want to say. And I will, you know, I will either engage you or I will not engage you, and redirect your attention if I feel that it's necessary. But you know, a lot of the guys, you know, and I will tell you, I don't really love the political conversation because I don't, there's nothing positive. There's nothing positive to gain. You know, if you're a liberal or you're a conservative, nothing is good. Nothing good is happening. Oh, Yair is giving him the business. And the thing is, Pitbull is looking for an in. And he is just... He's just taking too much accumulative damage. He's just taking too much accumulative damage, waiting for that perfect shot. And you can't do that with Yair. You have to put pressure on Yair. You can't stand in front of him and trying to win timing games with a guy who not only has better range than you, has faster kicks than you, but he has faster striking than you. So you're gonna let this guy pile up damage to your forearms because you're defending kicks, piling up damage to your legs from the leg kicks, piling up damage to the body, and when you finally think that you can finally do something, you have accumulated so much damage. You've accumulated so much damage and so much fatigue that now you can't even implement your game plan because your body won't do what your brain is telling you to do. He stood there for most of the last 10 minutes just taking a cumulative damage, just thinking I am, the Bellator champion, and Jair Rodriguez has never won a belt. I'm just gonna be better than this guy, and then you wind up just standing in front of him while he's just taking pot shots. Right? Like, can I honestly say that Patricio Pitbull doesn't belong in the UFC? I can't say that. I can't say he doesn't belong in the UFC. But I can tell you that we've watched a lot of UFC fighters come and go who fucking stand there for 10 minutes and wait for the perfect shot that never comes. The way that Pitbull is fighting, as a matter of fact, I know who's the biggest fan of Patricio Pitbull right now. David Banner. Why? Because David Banner loves fighters that don't fight for the first 2 rounds of a 3-round fight. He loves those guys. To be frank, we're watching a fight night fighter versus Yair. I mean, that's what it looks like. And Vex is right. Drunk ass Vex is actually a voice of reason tonight. Yeah, I don't need you guys to agree with me. I'm just going to give you my analysis of the world as I see it. And I'm not biased. And I told you, I think that Trump is doing a horrible job in office. I think he's doing a terrible job. And I wish that he would do a great job. Even if it is on the conservative sides of things, I want his conservative policies to make life better, and it's not happening right now. That's all. So, where you at, David Banner? We got the second coming of your favorite fighter who's waiting for that perfect shot while he's just picking up damage. The death of social clubs and social life, period. More people are chatting like we are right now. Thoughts? That's something I do want to talk about. I do want to talk about that. But I want to talk about that on TSP. But to at least answer your question succinctly, I suggest that you look at the mouse paradise experiment. I want you to go check that out. The mouse paradise experiment. CCAB, this is TSP. This is the Talking Shit podcast. But I'm talking about when we're not doing filthy casual MMA watch parties. It's this podcast. This is the Talking Shit podcast. Oh, he knocked him down. Yair got a knockdown. And Pitbull is trying to survive. Yeah, the Mouse Utopia experiment. Look that up, CCAN. If you look up the Mouse Utopia experiment, that will answer your question as far as my opinions of the death of what they're calling third spaces. Yeah, he's getting destroyed. You see so much of it, yeah. Yeah, I really, those of you that don't know about the Mouse Utopia or the Mouse Paradise experiment, definitely go read up or watch videos on it. The Stanford Princeton experiment was really depressing. David Banner, I just found another fighter that you like, Patricio Pitbull. Another fighter that doesn't fight for the first 10 minutes of a 3-round fight. He's going for a heel hook. Oh, he lost his footing. Banner, this guy fights like Marlon Vera. He fights just like Marlon Vera, Patricio Pitbull. I thought that you would be a fan. Travis said I'm allowed to be broke. That's crazy. Oh, dude. Polychaser, have you seen Animal Farm from the 1950s? I watched it again like 3 months ago. 3 or 4 months ago. I watched Animal Farm, the 1950 something version of it. Dude. Oh my God. But some animals are more equal than others. Yeah, I also read 1984. But again, we're just proved again that Bellator champions are just, ranked 13 or 17 in the UFC. That's a 30-27. That is I wouldn't be surprised if a judge would see 30-26. I would not be surprised if the third round gets a 10-8, a 10-8 score in there. And it's hard for me to say, oh my God, Yair Rodriguez dominated Patricio Pitbull. I can't say that because Pitbull didn't fucking fight. Pitbull didn't fight. Which one did you get wrong, Banner? The Gulag Archipelago is another must-read. Okay. All of them called it 30-27. I have Reyes, Chandler, Volk, Yair, and Mitchell. Well, you got Mitchell wrong. You got Yair right. And you got Reyes correct. I got Reyes wrong. I thought Reyes was going to lose. I've seen the ridiculous beatdowns he's taken. It's really hard for me to buy him as somebody that I should pick to win a fight. And he did get stunned and stumbled in that fight with Nikita Krylov. Oh, you have Patricio? Of course you would pick Patricio to win. Banner, you love these fighters that stand there and take damage for 13 minutes and then try to fight in the last 2 minutes. Of course you would pick him. You know what, pal? Enjoy your lottery pick. Yeah, first of all, we can't even talk about a lottery pick. Banner, we need to get rid of our president and general manager, Chris Drury, first. He must be fired. And then, unfortunately, even though I like Peter Laviolette, he has to be fired. He can't get this team to buy into protecting the fucking goaltender defensively. And if you can't get him to do that, you know, if you can't, you know, get him to do that, then oh my god, they're doing the political fucking, oh my god, I don't, guys, get off of this political bullshit. I really want Patty to lose. Because he's already lost a fight against a fighter that's not that good, but they gave him the win. Only 6 likes on the stream. No. What the fuck is going on with y'all? No carne asada for you guys. Yeah, you know what, C-Can? I've learned to kind of like... I've learned to like just try to ignore it. But it's really annoying. It's really annoying. It's really annoying. All of these, I don't want politics in my sports people, and they won't stop putting politics in sports. Ugh. Yeah, Colby did not deserve any of the push that he got. At least you can be rational when it comes to that, Vex. I'm just the constant, the constant, deep throating of Donald Trump is, ugh. Yeah, we're talking about Colby Covington. The push that he got was mainly just because he's another Trump cocksucker. But he's just not a great fighter. He's a good fighter. He's a decent fighter. Great cardio. Decent wrestling. Not really that great with the hands. But the only reason why they kept giving him title fights is because he sucks Trump's cock all the time. Not because he's actually a fighter that wins fights and gets finishes. If Colby Covington wasn't a Trump cocksucker, he would have been out of the UFC a long time ago because he's a boring decision merchant. Gets no finishes and doesn't win the big one. And he just kept getting title shots after losing fights. Hey, yo, Travis. Hey, yo. Yeah, Vex, I kind of agree with you. I think that, he's just doing anything he can to be marketable, but don't keep putting him in championship fights. When he's lost however many fights in a row, you don't get put in a championship fight because you suck a politician's cock. You can get, a gay porn award for that, I guess. But if this is supposed to be cage fighting, you don't get championship fights because you suck a politician off all the time. We got our co-main. Evil, no bullshit. I got an important question. Okay. I know what you're saying that for, Travis. Full contact sucking. Hey, yo. Pause. How did Nina Drama and Ariel Helwani get so big in media? I don't know who Nina Drama is, but Ariel Helwani is a legend in MMA journalism. He helped bring MMA to the mainstream. He helped bring MMA to a place of respect as a legitimate sport. So, Ariel Helwani, he did not suck Dana's cock. So Dana tried to get him blacklisted. Yeah, I don't know who Nina Drama is and does skits with fighters. She works for. I don't know who that is. I don't care. But it's not that Dana and Ariel fell out. It's that Dana wanted Ariel to be a puppet, and Ariel had actual integrity. And so he wouldn't just be a mouthpiece and agree with everything that Dana White said or did. He would hold him accountable for things that he did that he thought weren't good and give him credit for the stuff that he actually deserved credit for. So I always thought Ariel was extremely underrated. He just got so unpopular because he's fun and easy to make fun. No, I mean, he just didn't want to suck Dana's cock. He didn't want to bend the knee. He didn't want to kiss the ring. So, you know, Ariel has been very consistent in holding people accountable for things that he thinks are not good. Why do UFC fans keep supporting that racist MMA guru and MMA holes? I don't know who those people are. Bisping criticizes all fighters. I'm not buying that Bisping is racially biased. I'm not buying that. I would need to see evidence of these two. You said MMA guru and MMA holes. You said I would need to see evidence of their racism. I don't believe that Michael Bisping is racially biased. I think the audience should have buttons, and if 70% click a red light comes on and the fight gets shut down, maybe not shut down, but maybe determines the winner of the fight, maybe. I would be cool with that. Why the fans hated Aljo and Usman so much? Aljo won a championship, but with a fake Academy Award-winning act in response to an illegal knee that he got from Piotr Jan. Usman is not liked because he is very aggressive about how great he thinks he is. And when you pair that with the fact that people think that he was blood doping and they don't trust that, because I think that, you know, somebody in his family is in the pharmaceutical business, that they don't trust that he's completely natural, even though he's never failed a drug test with USADA or WADA. I think that he was very self-confident and they didn't like it. The UFC fans turned on Leon after he faced other people. No, Leon is awful. Leon is just awful. Usman was good on the mic. That's why they wanted with a Connor, but not. That's what they wanted with Connor, but not Usman. Well, the thing is, like, you know, I still don't think it was racial. I think that Tyron Woodley had a case for racial bias. He had a case that, you know, the UFC was doing things that, you know, they were doing things with him that they were not doing with other fighters. I don't think that the Mighty Mouse thing, I don't think that was racial bias. I just think that Mighty Mouse made everybody in the flyweight division look like they didn't belong in the UFC, that they wanted to get rid of the entire division. But if you want to make the case, CCAN, that you believe that outspoken fighters are accepted if they're white but not if they're black, I'm not going to say that I agree with you, but it's hard for me to argue with your perception. I'll say it like that. I just don't think I agree. I don't agree. But I can see why you would think the way you think. Conor's the biggest pussy ever, but they love him the most. He has a cult fan base. Yeah, he definitely has that. If you think that Usman would be treated differently because he's white, if he were to be white, it's hard to say. I will say in MMA, they're definitely more tolerant. The fans in general are definitely more tolerant of white fighters and black fighters. But I don't know if that has to do with a race bias. I just think I think that that's a bridge too far to make that connection. Patty talks shit, he's confident, and most people don't like him. Most people don't like him. Right? Like, if you look at Cucky wants to be Conor McGregor so bad, and people don't like him. And he's white. Paddy Pimblett is white. And people don't like Paddy talking. People don't like Paddy either. Yes, Cucky is a white fighter that, people don't like. So I can't say... I assume being a fighter requires a certain attitude. Yeah, Polychaser, it's just that, sometimes that attitude is going to resonate with the fans or it's going to rub them the wrong way. That's all. Remember when Jared Gordon lost to Paddy? He didn't lose because the judges and Jay was all, Gordon is a serious contender. I remember that. But still, Gordon beat him. And Gordon's not that great. But Gordon beat him. And it wasn't particularly close. All right, guys, let's see what we got. You can really tell how short Michael Chandler is. Everybody that he gets in the cage with that we look at as guys who are not that tall, he's way shorter than them. Yeah, but some get hated, then loved, and hated again. Yeah, it does happen like that sometimes. I would say Ilia Topuria, another white fighter, he ran his mouth in a way that people hated and people disliked him. And then he knocked out Volk. And then he knocked out Holloway. And then he forced people to respect him. But when Ilia Topuria... No, Ilia is white. Ilia is from Spain and Georgia. So he's white. Ilia Topuria is white. He's Spaniard and Georgian. He's not Latino. So yeah, people didn't like his brand of trash talk. So yeah, I just think that I don't want to attribute to racial bias what you can attribute to just people, just, certain personalities are just not going to be very popular, and you just kind of have to be, you know, you might like a fighter. You might like a fighter because they're black and you're black. That's a racial bias too. We can't demand that everybody like the fighter that we like or like the artist that we like because we like them. And we can't attribute to racism what you can attribute to differences in culture, and personality, and personality preferences. Mike really tries to win the crowd over, but I don't think they really care about him in that Max Holloway type of way. If you're talking about Michael Chandler, 100% correct. He wants to get the crowd to really like him, but I mean, he'll get more people to like him if he finishes Paddy Pimblett. He'll get plenty of people to like him then. But for the most part, he runs his mouth and then doesn't deliver. So, also some people also just more charismatic than others. Such is human nature. Yeah, I don't like The Rock, Randy Orton, Kevin Owens, or Stone Cold, and that's very unpopular. Yeah, I'm not a big Kevin Owens guy, but I like Randy Orton. I love The Rock and Stone Cold. I think the problem with Michael Chandler is that he's too willing to absorb punishment. I see the Stone Cold Rock appeal, but not Kevin or Randy. They're bland. By comparison, yes, Randy Orton is bland compared to those guys. Kevin Owens is a blue collar, hard nosed, everyday working man type wrestler, which is why he gets the appeal that he gets. It looks like Vegas was right about this matchup. It looks like Vegas was right about this matchup. Oh, he was trying to get that left hook over. Chandler is in a lot of trouble. Chandler's in a lot of trouble. He's looking at the clock. Chandler's in a lot of trouble. This does not look good at all. Chandler is taking 12 to get one off. Who would you say is a kind person in the UFC? Steven Wonderboy Thompson. That is not even... Like, I didn't even... I mean, number one. And I love that man. Steven Wonderboy Thompson, one of my favorite of all time. His grappling defense prevented him from being a champion. Pause. But I love the type of man that he is, the way that he treats people, the students that he teaches, how he, the way that, like, the dude is just a stand-up dude that is always kind to everybody, especially his opponents. Somebody made up an NMF belt, the nicest motherfucker belt, and gave it to him. Michael Chandler is a Bellator level fighter, y'all. And that bothers me. Pimblett is winning every timing battle. As much as I despise Paddy Pimblett, and he just gave him the Victor Henry of all Victor Henrys. Chandler should get a point taken from that for that. I don't like Paddy Pimblett at all, but one of the things that I like about the way he fights, it looks like Michael kicked him on purpose in the dick. One of the things, there's no wasted time and there are no wasted motions with Paddy. Amanda Nunes always had cocky energy to me. I just don't like her, wanting to be or trying to act like she's some sort of, she's more masculine than men. I've never liked that. Never liked that. Valentino Rossi. Okay. Valentino Rossi. Yeah, that was a massive Victor Henry. Nice slam from Chandler. But that's not enough to win the round. He's going to have to do a lot more. Maybe we can get you into MMA, Polychaser, and you'll know who's who. Mike trying to get those hooks in. But he's too high. He's too high, and he lost the position. He rushed it. Chandler, he's on the wrong side to get an arm triangle. Mike Chandler really makes everyone he faces look like the best version of themselves. That might be the comment of the stream. Seriously, because... you were into MMA a long time. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get that. Evil, what's your timestamp? At 1:21 left in the second round. Travis. Yeah, Michael Chandler's down 2 rounds. But at least he hasn't given up any 10-8 rounds, so he can still... I mean, if he gets fucking subbed here, I'm gonna be so annoyed. This is a high. This is a high mount when he goes back in the other direction. if Chandler is not careful, he's gonna fall into that 10-8 range where there's no way that he can win by decision. Wow, he's taking some shots to the back of the head too. Yeah, he took some shots to the back of the head there. You're an asshole, Banner. Yeah, I get you, Polychaser. I get you. We're always trying to get people to, you know, come in here and hang out and watch fights. That was very close to a 10-8 in at the end of round 2. In fact, I was gonna say that it kind of looked like, you know, it kind of looked like, yeah, I don't think he's gonna make it to the 4th round. I mean, Michael Chandler ain't nobody's bitch, but he looks completely outclassed. And one of the things that annoys me is that I am forced to respect Paddy Pimblett as a fighter. Because up until this point, I haven't seen anything that is worth respecting. Wow, he just took a nasty knee. Chandler's in a lot of trouble. Chandler's in a lot of trouble. He's getting knocked out here in the 3rd. AEW thoughts, not worth watching. NXT, I don't watch that either. Hopefully Michael Chandler won't fight in the UFC anymore. Yeah, he's improved so much. And now I'm definitely going to mute. I'm not going to listen to him talk after he wins this fight. Ugh, I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I am with Chandler. You guys... No, Chandler is getting destroyed here. He's being bullied. It is not close. This is the first time that I've actually been impressed by Pimblett in the cage. But it's like, damn, now we gotta listen. I mean, I'm not gonna listen to him talk. But, ugh. Nah, you lose to Paddy Pimblett like this after all the shit you talk coming over from Bellator, and you get destroyed like this, you need to retire. And it's the way that Chandler talks. I'll see you at the top. I'm so great. And then you let this guy make you look like an amateur. We're in full mount here, guys. Reigning GMP. This is a destruction.
He got destroyed. I can't stand him. I can't stand him. I hate his personality. I hate his persona. I can't stand him, Travis. Ugh. Michael Chandler, retire. Michael Chandler, retire. Retire now. Take your gloves off. Put it in the middle of the cage. Ugh. Yeah, that too, Banner. So, C-Can, the reason why I don't watch AEW is kind of a combination of two things. I don't like their storytelling style. I don't like their production. And I believe most of it is on TBS, and that's not a channel I get. I don't get TBS. So, would I be more likely to try to watch MJF and Edge and maybe a little bit of Christian Cage? Those are the only people that I find watchable over there. I don't care about anybody else. So I cannot stand Paddy Pimblett, man. I thought he was gonna win too, Banner. But I do have to give Paddy Pimblett his credit, because that's the first fight that I've seen him win where I actually thought he was good. NXT are people who are trying to get to the main card. So obviously Braun Breaker was somebody that was so special that people tuned into NXT to watch. But NXT doesn't really have the weight. People care, like what you're asking when you're talking about why people want to watch the main roster and not watch NXT is kind of like why people don't want to watch women's sports. They want to watch men. Like people don't want to watch the WNBA. Are the WNBA players, are they technically professional players? Yes, but the level is just not quite there for people to invest their limited time and their limited attention spans. So people want to see whoever the best is out there. They want to see that. And NXT is not the best. There are people who it's like OVW. Right? I'm pretty sure that OVW has had, good wrestling action. And I need to make this very clear too. People don't care about the professional wrestling aspect of professional wrestling anymore. People don't care. People care about storylines. And when you are dealing with a territory like NXT, you know that people are not trying to get to NXT. They're using NXT as a stepping stone to get to a different level.
So you just want to watch the stuff where they're already at the level. Nobody in NXT wants to be in NXT. They want to be on SmackDown and Raw. They want to headline WrestleMania. That's where it's at. Why would I care about a storyline where the people don't even want to be in their storylines? Nobody wants to be NXT champ. You know, people don't want to be NXT champ. They want to be WWE champ. Because that's where the people are watching. So for me, I guess what I'm saying, C-Can, is I am more of a casual fan than you. You're a hardcore guy that watches all of what they have to offer. And, you know, like, you know, I don't really like Carmelo Hayes very much at all. And now they're pairing him with Mike Mizanin. And I texted JD about this. I don't like the fact that I don't like the fact that oh, they're still sucking off Trump. They have to suck these guys off at every fucking turn. Oh, it's so gross. And it's gratuitous. It'd be one thing if they just show Trump coming in. Okay, he's one of the celebrities there. He's the president. Every 5 minutes, Trump is here. Look, everybody. If you forgot, in the last 3 minutes, look, it's Trump again. It's gross. It's gross. Ugh. Week to week NXT, I just stopped, but I do like that they give women more time on NXT. Sorry. Most of women's wrestling are bathroom breaks. Most of it. Every now and again, you'll get a banger. Well, I'm like, wow, that was a great match. That's like 1 out of every 57 matches. I don't care about the storylines. I don't care. Most of the personalities are cookie cut. It's a bunch of strong, independent women that don't want you to sexualize them, but then they dress super sexualized. And they're only now bringing the in-ring action up to the level of the men. But here's the problem. We are in an era of professional wrestling where we don't give a fuck about the actual wrestling. It's about the storylines. And if we don't care about your character and we don't care about the person that you're fighting and why you're fighting them, then it doesn't fucking matter how good you are as a wrestler. Remember Evan Bourne? Evan Bourne was one of the most impressive, high-flying professional wrestlers of all time. You know why he lost his fucking job? Because he had he had the charisma of a dinner plate. And then got this other guy, Pac. I forget what his name was when he was in WWE. Didn't last long. Why? Because all the high-flying shit, we've seen all the moves already. We want to know, A, why do you have a problem with this person? B, why do they have a problem with you? And then C, you're going to duke it out. We're going to find out who the winner is. Personally, I could give a fuck about the match. I want to know who won, so it sets up the next storyline. Most of the women's storylines are forgettable and regrettable. I don't want to see Piper Niven on TV. I don't want to see Nia Jax, aka Snorlax. I don't want to see them on TV. New Fusion Collective, which is a group of just ugly women. I don't want to see it. Chicks with all kinds of plastic surgeries and fake body parts, heavily made up with no real personality and no real reason why I should care about them. I'm turning the channel and watching the Knicks, Rangers, Mets. I'm going to go back to YouTube and watch a couple of videos and then come back when a storyline is on the television that I give a fuck about. The last time I gave a fuck about women's wrestling was like TNA like 15 years ago. I actually gave a fuck about why when the women came out, it was not a bathroom break. And they didn't have to use crazy sexualization or anything like that. They came out and they fucking fought, and the quality of the wrestling was really good. And occasionally they had women that I found marginally attractive, but for the most part they had really great characters, and I gave a fuck. These days, if you're not Liv Morgan or Rhea Ripley, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. We like to watch Mackenzie Dern, Tracy Cortez, and a few others for that purpose. Yeah. Tracy Cortez looks a lot like my ex-fiance from how many years ago was that now? 22 years ago. Sometimes she ninja watches the show. But Tracy Cortez looked a lot like her when I dated her, so I'm always like yeah, and into that. Even Mariah May and Toni Storm had the best women's feud of like ever, and it was in AEW. Yeah, but I don't give a fuck about AEW. I never watch AEW. I hear that Toni Storm is good. That's what I hear. I hear she's good. That's a name that I recognize. I was hoping that the chick that came over from TNA, the black chick, I was hoping that she was going to be really good because she's very physically impressive. What's her name? Shit. I forget her name. I forget her name, man. Remind me of her name, C-Ken. She was, they said that she was green in AEW, and then they signed her to WWE around the Royal Rumble 2024. Like, she's stupid fucking strong, too. Another wrestler that I do like, Ivy Nile. Don't ask why. Jade Cargill, thank you. I was hoping Jade Cargill, with some of like the impressive physical feats that she can do, I'm still not writing her off, but I don't care about the other two black chicks. And then they put them in a storyline to make them look like stereotypical hood black chicks. I thought that was horrible. But I like Ivy Nile, and I like that chick from TNA that's like really fucking strong. They had her in the Women's Royal Rumble last year or this year or whatever. The one with the neon green chick and the one that she screwed over or whatever. that they're fighting at WrestleMania or whatever, and they had like that really stereotypical, yeah, Naomi and the other chick, like they had that really stereotypical back and forth in the cage a couple of weeks ago that I thought was really gross. Ugh, way to make black women look bad on TV. Jade had her own group called the Baddies in AEW and a white man as their manager. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I didn't watch a single Jade Naomi segment. Dude, don't. 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 It was awful. Like, what I like about AEW segments is sometimes they can get a chuckle here or there. Yeah, but it's really just not enough to keep me like going. Like that whole patriarch thing with Christian Cage. It's kind of funny, but it kind of like him being like being like this fake strong male leader. It just kind of feels like they're trying to validate radical feminism with him being a heel, but some of them can be kind of funny. I tried to watch Dynamite. I think it's called Dynamite, right? For Edge when he went over there, and it seemed like he was more rejuvenated as a professional wrestler, but the storylines, to me, AEW is great value WWE. Like, why should I care about who the champion is there when their champion there wishes they were the WWE champion? That's how I see it. I think I would smash Mama Wayne though. Just saying. Yeah, there are just too many boring characters I just can't care about on AEW. I can't stop comparing them, CK. I can't. And you know why I can't? Because they can't stop comparing themselves to the WWE. And again, whoever your AEW champion is, they wish they were the WWE champion. And it's so obvious. Vex says, I think AEW treats their talent better from what I heard. No, I don't think that's true. I think that's been the perception of it for a long time. But then when you see all the people that are unhappy about being there, we just saw Penta and Rey Fenix run out of there as fast as they could. You had El Idolo run out of there. Mark Henry just ran out of there. I see the older British guy's face, but I can't place his name right now. William Regal. William Regal is like, I gotta get out of there. CM Punk is like, I gotta get out of there. The most boring face of any company ever, who helped start the company, ran out of there. So that whole perception that they are the promotion that's a wrestler's promotion, I think a lot of that facade is kind of getting broken down a little bit, I think that was a narrative that was flying for a while because a lot of people were sick of dealing with Vince McMahon's bullshit, and AEW was a better alternative. But now they don't know how to book people. They don't know how to keep fans interested. The ratings continue to keep going down because nobody cares. It's sad what happened to Sasha Banks. I mean, people seem to really like her in WWE. It seemed like, you know, they were going to try to get a deal done to re-sign her. And it didn't happen. You know? I don't know. All I'm going to tell you, C-Can, is don't watch the segment. Don't watch the segment. Naomi is only hired because of her husband, Jimmy Uso. She's boring. I can't agree with that. I think that she's got something else going on. And somebody has an appeal. Somebody likes her. I want to know what happened to the other chick that she was in the tag team with when she was with the Funkadelics. I want to know what happened to that chick. That wasn't a bad tag team, in my opinion. If I have Bianca and Jade, why would I keep Naomi on the roster? I think Naomi will probably be better off in a different feud. Or if they were in a 3-woman faction, that would be pretty cool, where they could, you know, go up against, you know, some other 3-women factions. I think that could be pretty cool. You know, showing some black girl unity, that would be a pretty good thing, I think. Personally, I think it would be a positive thing. I don't think Naomi's bad. I just don't care. I just don't care. And I'm pretty sure that there's a segment that of the fans that do like her. I'm not a Bianca Belair guy, but I do like Jade Cargill. And I would personally, I think I would take Naomi over Bianca Belair. I just don't like her. And yeah, her face isn't all of that. So I guess you could say that Bianca is prettier in the face, but yeah. Yeah, it's really weird. I can't believe that I actually like Liv Morgan, and her in-ring stuff is good enough, but she has a personality and is in a storyline and a faction that I actually give a shit about. And this whole thing that she had going with Rhea Ripley fighting over Dirty Dom, You know, it was kind of like a callback to the Attitude Era a little bit. There are a couple of other wrestlers in the WWE that I'm like, oh my god, she's gorgeous. This is one super short Hispanic chick that I'm like, ooh wee, she might be number one for me. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, Zelina Vega. Wow. Oh man. Mm-mm-mm. I think Tony Ferguson is at the top of the CTE rankings, if I'm not mistaken. Banner, who's at the top of the CTE rankings? I don't really care about Stephanie Vacker at all. She just doesn't. I don't care. I don't care. And he got this chick that ends every segment by saying bye. Ugh. Banner definitely has the most CTE here. That's messed up. Tony is up there. Luke Shatterjaw is up there. BJ Penn, absolutely. She's feuding with Chelsea Green right now. C-Can, and that's another chick that I hate. I absolutely turn the channel when they put Chelsea Green on the screen. And Tiffany Stratton, terrible. I changed the channel. They're under contract for a certain amount of fights, Polychaser. And if the UFC thinks that they're not winning enough or winning in enough exciting fashion, they will cut them from their contract. The UFC is pretty brutal when it comes to that. Meechin was the last one I saw versus Chelsea. Nah, it's a chick that just won. That just beat Chelsea Green by countout on SmackDown last night. Shut up, Vex. Not like all employers, Polychaser, but enough of them. Yeah, definitely enough of them. I think if Volkanovski gets knocked out here, I think he retires. I think Volk will retire if he gets knocked out here, especially if he gets like removed from his consciousness. Oh, Zelina Vega. Oh, she's the one that does that. I think she's hot, but I hate that. Bye. I really hate that. I really hate that. But she's really hot. But I really hate that. I fired people who did not do their job properly. It only makes sense. Yeah, but some people are getting fired for other reasons. And Volk just stunned Lopez. But it looks like Volkanovski can take a shot, you know? Volk trying to get some grappling in here. And he kind of gets Diego to the ground, kind of. Oh, nice knee, Volk. Who's bleeding? Oh, I think Volk is bleeding. Might be a clash of heads. Oh, Diego's in some trouble, guys. Diego's in trouble. He's trying to end the fight right here. Yo, Volk is looking dominant. Volk is looking dominant. Volk looks like he has a chin. He looks like he got his chin back. Oh, by the way, Travis, you would have to ask Banner to roll back like a full minute. 13. Yeah, Banner is like 3 minutes ahead. Diego Lopes is I fear he's probably gonna get finished right here in a second. Which will probably be good for me because then I get to get a 2-hour nap in before I have to get up. I want to thank you guys for sticking with us. You know, I don't mind either. See, here's the thing, right? I like entertaining fights, and this is an entertaining fight. But this is, to me, this is not a real championship fight because both of them lose to Ilia Topuria at 145. So you can't really look at either one of them as the champion when the best 145er just moved up to 155 and put his belt down on the ground. So I can't buy either one of these guys as the champion. Maybe Diego Lopes, if he won, I would be able to buy it a little bit more because he was on his way up. But Volkanovski lost to Topuria twice. No, actually he lost once. But it looked like he lost twice. He got fucking destroyed. Volk is so difficult to fight. It's like you're fighting a bowling pin or a bowling ball. Diego is getting the better of the exchanges first 2 minutes here of the second. Oh, nice counter for Volk there. Overhand right. Countering that leg kick. Yeah, we don't forget the day ones here. We don't forget the day ones. What would we do without you guys? We would go to the movie theater and watch the fights there and have them serve us burgers and lemonade. Oh, Rock'em Sock'em Robots here. Maybe Volk got the worst of that. Because he's the one that's really pushing this grappling right here after that exchange of blows there. This is a much closer round here in the second. Volk is going first. Consistently. And Diego keeps waiting for his opportunity, and Volk is not giving it to him. Oh, he knocked him down. Diego knocked him down. I don't know. Do you give Diego the win? That, you know, like I said, it was definitely closer. If you scored on a knockdown, I guess you got to give that to Diego, right? Yeah, so it's got to be 1-1. Yeah. I agree, Benner. It's got to be 1-1. Volk's eye is bleeding pretty badly. It might mess him up. No, it's below. It's below. It's on the lower eyelid, not the above. Yeah, that's a knockdown. Yeah, that's definitely. What are you talking about, Polly Chaser? Yeah, Diego definitely wins the round. Nah, the blood is definitely gonna have a chance to get in the eye with a cut in the eyebrow, not on the bottom eyelid. Now, the bottom eyelid, you know, if it swells up and kind of closes the eye up a little bit, that could be a problem. But you normally don't see the blood going up into the eyes. You see the blood dripping down into the eyes. He said I invented polyscore. Wow. I think Diego Lopes, might be from South America. from one of those countries in South America. Oh, yeah. The Brazilian. But he has the heart of a Mexican, I'll tell you that. Poly score is Lutch score adjacent. At least Lutch is based upon the actual fight that's going on. Poly Chaser's just throwing out random random shit. Yeah, you don't see too much of that action, Travis. Oh, nice left hand for Volk. Volk was trying to put Diego out. Oh, Volk is in trouble. Yeah, they're both playing that Russian roulette with that counter striking. That's what we got going on here. Yeah, Diego really likes to double and triple up on the jab, and then you have to figure out when the overhand right is going to come. You know, he could throw one jab, overhand right, two jabs, overhand right, 3, 4, 5, then overhand right. Volk is just hooking off. Evil, do you recommend spring alkaline or purified water? I like purified water. I don't really buy into the alkaline stuff or anything like that. You didn't expect the stand-up fight. That's the way Volk fights. Volk fights stand-up. And he gets wrestlers to fight stand-up. I don't think that Volk is really that effective of a grappler. He's got enough to be competent, and you know, he had a nice title reign for a while. He's not known for his grappling. Yeah, Diego's ready for everything. He's like, I'm going to be a UFC champion some way, somehow. I mean, the way that Lopes is looking, man, I can definitely see Ilia Topuria saying, wait a minute, there might be somebody worthy. Yeah, Diego Lopes, he has the heart of a Mexican. Like, he doesn't fold. He doesn't fold. One second. Be back in a second. Probably think giving Diego round 3. So I got it. I got it 2-1 Diego. People are saying 30-27 Volk. He got knocked down. Wow, I don't understand. I got a 2-1 Diego. I do admit, like, I gave Volk round 1. Diego, I was about to give it to Volk, but then he knocked him down. And in round 3, he's been in Volk's face. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Yeah, but a lot of these, these guys they're respected for their opinions in MMA media, which is why they showed them. But even if Volk wins this fight, like, how empty will it have been that you won it and you didn't beat the champion for it? Yeah, I got Volk winning this round, though. I know I like Volk. He's just not super exciting to watch. Yeah. He's definitely winning this round, though. But he was winning round 2 all the way up until he got knocked down, in my opinion. I think the knockdown gives the round to Diego. Or at least if you think that Volk controlled round 2, and then you got to, take a point off for getting knocked down, then it's a draw at the very least. Volk is in a lot of trouble. Diego is chasing him. Diego Lopes just threw a fastball. Diego's got to stop chasing him. He's got to cut him off. He's got to cut him off. Got to cut him off, Diego. Yeah, the live odds definitely feel like Volk is winning. But Volk controlled most of this round until things got hairy. Look, he's still chasing him around the cage. Volka's fully recovered now. He didn't take advantage. Travis, I have to kind of... I see where you're coming from. It's really hard for me to say that there's going to be a robbery one way or the other. It's really hard for me to say that because Diego's just chasing around the cage, but he's not landing anything. I mean, when he lands, he really lands. But for the most of the fight, he's not landing. He's not doing anything. He's just chasing him around the cage. If Volk lose, shut up, Vex. The fighters bet on themselves. No, Polly Chaser, come on. We're gonna try to cover WrestleMania next weekend. Volk's face is open underneath his right eye. I mean, if you had to look at each man and say who won at the end of the fight, you would probably say it was Diego. I don't know, man. Diego really wants to finish this fight, though. Nice right hand from Volk. What is this little tick thing that Lopez has where he keeps touching the underside of his neck towards his throat? Volk just seems faster. You know what it is? Lopez, his movements are too large. So when he goes in there for the big combo, Volk just ducks underneath it because Lopez has a tell. And the only way that Lopez is able to get anything off is if they're swinging wildly in these exchanges. He's got this thing where he keeps touching underneath his chin. I wonder if it's like one of those. I wonder if it's one of those ticks, like what we saw in the Mike Tyson fight with Jake Paul. Yeah, I think that there's some weird tell that Diego Lopez has. Look, he's still not throwing his hands. Volk, he's like, please, Volk, come in and fight me, because I really want to hit you right now. But it looks like Diego got poked in the eye multiple times in this fight. Hey, Sinister's here. How you doing, buddy? How the fight's been? I'll leave it to other people to give their opinions. I'm just happy Chase Hooper won. I'll tell you that. I'm happy that Chase Hooper won. Diego is really trying to knock him out. But Volk wants the belt. He's not gonna risk getting knocked out. Because he thinks he has it in the bag. But Diego didn't win this fight, I don't think. But, you know, he's got the heart of a fucking lion, man. Like, you know? Yeah, I like Chase Hooper. Chase Hooper is fucking awesome. He's awesome. Volk is running away to get his title. I understand that Diego thought he won the fight, but they're gonna give it to Volk. But Volk did a lot of... I will say that if JL was here right now, he would not like the way that Volkanovski fought tonight. I don't think I think Volk played it super safe, Vex. Volk played it super safe. He was, let's just say he was doing a lot. He was doing a lot of backpedaling. Travis said Volk pussed out. Yeah, JL is one of the JAYL. So you can. Oh shit. Oh, we got a stream sponsor. I appreciate you, brother. Right at the buzzer, pretty much. Yeah, there is a very distinct power difference between them. He was afraid of Diego's power. I think Diego Lopes looked better than Alex Volkanovski, but by the unified rules of MMA, Volk won. I know you were joking, but you were right. I know you were joking, Midmo, but you were right. Yeah, I thought that was a very weak performance by Volkanovski. By Volkanovski standards, I should say. By Volkanovski standards, that was a yeah, I'm pretty much done with that stream. They're gonna just continue to suck Trump's cock because it's all, you know, the UFC events are all about him. I really hate that.
Very, very happy with the stream. Very happy with everybody that hung out in the stream. Um, so, yeah. The sucking off of politicians and right wing cronies is really gross. If they were doing it with left wing, it would still be just as gross. Yeah, the fights are pretty meh. I was very disappointed in Alex Volkanovski's performance. Very disappointed in his performance. I thought that Diego Lopes looked like the better fighter, even though Volk won on points. I'm not. Hey, thanks, Xenon. Thank you for hanging out. I just don't think that the dick suckery personal for me is way worse when it comes to right wingers. Yeah, there's a lot of it, sinister, and it's really gross. And I wouldn't care which political party was doing it. It's always gross. Yeah, this particular event didn't have the it. It just, for the star power that they had on this card, it just, the action itself was largely forgettable except for Dominic Reyes. And his knockout came on a back foot check hook. You know, Krylov was stumbling around off of jabs. Like, what the fuck happened to your chin? Travis had a rough time with his picks today. Sorry about that, Travis. I didn't like the action in a lot of the fights. Silva did his thing, though. Give him credit. Yair did his thing, but he didn't have a dance partner. You know, Dan Ige was really struggling, but once he found that spot, he found it. So that was cool, I guess. Chase Hooper survived Jim Miller, but I like Jim Miller. I don't like it when Jim Miller loses. I don't know. It's just, this card just didn't do it for me. You know? And you know, if it's wrong for Colin Kaepernick to stand up on behalf of all of the unarmed black people murdered by police, if that's wrong, then it's wrong to suck the cock of the right-wing government officials every 3 fucking minutes. Every 3 minutes, it's, I gotta suck off this right-wing guy and another right-wing guy and another right-wing guy. Look, everybody, deep throat. Yeah, I'm I mean, Dana White, he had on some championship knee pads.
And it really took away from the event. It wasn't about the fighters. It was about how much he loves Donald Trump. And I think it's really gross. We know that you suck Donald Trump's cock 3 times a day, Dana. We know. Everybody knows that you're an ally of Donald Trump. We can't have every fucking event that people pay for you getting on your knees and sucking cock the entire fucking event. I want the event to be about the fighters, not about your fucking political allegiances. We all know, Dana, nobody thinks that you love the Clintons. Nobody got anything, nobody has anything confused. I don't pay $80 to get Donald Trump shoved in my fucking face every 3 minutes. I paid to watch fights. So fuck you and your political propaganda. Gross. Ugh. And that goes for any would-be political cocksucker supporting any political group. If you're doing it, you're fucking gross. Who picked Chase Hooper? Mrs. Eagle picked Chase Hooper to win? Banner picked Chase Hooper to win? And nobody else gave a fuck. Alright, guys. I'm gonna... JL says, so he's the interim champ now. And then we get a championship fight between 2 guys who are not the real champion. Ilia Topuria is the real champion. All right, guys, let me close this out. Thank y'all so much for watching. Yeah, JL, Volk did a lot of fucking running. That was a by Volk's standard of fighting. That was a lot of cowardice on the part of Volkanovski, and he probably is ashamed of himself, but maybe he's not, because he did whatever he could to get the belt. And it was gross. That was gross. Sinister JL is saying that there's an interim champion because the guy who won the belt tonight's not the real champion. The real champion dropped the belt to go up in weight. So this pay-per-view just didn't do it for me, guys. It just didn't do it for me. Mostly boring. And when we should have been making UFC 314 about the fighters, Dana White had to go make it about politics. And I don't hear any complaining from all the people that said they didn't want politics in their sports. I don't hear none of y'all complaining. None of y'all niggas keep that same energy, and I find it distasteful. But anyway, I still love you anyway. Why is Sean getting a rematch with Marab? Because Dana thinks it's going to make money. I think Dana's already off the train as far as the hype train with Sean O'Malley. I think that he already knows that hype train is gone. He's going to try to get a couple more pay-per-view dollars off of him, and then let him be a gatekeeper with funny colored hair and a guy that runs his mouth. But that's why Sean is getting it. But he doesn't deserve it. As much as I like Sean O'Malley, he's a gatekeeper. He's one-dimensional. All right, now I'm really going to get out of here because I only have 3 hours to take a nap. Love you guys. We will see you next week for, I think, Saturday and Sunday. We're going to try to cover both nights of WrestleMania 41. We're going to try to cover it live. So, thank y'all so much for coming through. Sinister, C-Can, David Banner, Polychaser, Midmo, Vex, and JL, right? But we leave here with the most important words that that we can give you, and they come from Dan Jensen, and that is, stay safe out there in the real world. I guess that also goes for your 401ks.